That's Twitch and that's YouTube. Let me just put them up on here for my viewing purposes, and then we're good to go. I'll put you here. Put you here. Okay. I muted that pretty fast. That's that. I think I'm good. Alright. That was moments, man. Moments. Barely a minute. You're good. Anyways. Starting the drawing stream. It's gonna be a pretty simple day. I don't know how long I'm going to be here. I mean, technically I have the day, right? Because I have to go get my car serviced tomorrow. So, I'm probably not going to work tonight, even though I could. So, but I'm probably just going to call off and chill and then go get my car serviced. And this way I feel more comfortable making the tag along to work. I don't know why I'm talking about that. None of that matters. Right now, we're drawing. It's just to tell you as to why I'm probably going to be sticking around, or maybe not. I still got a lot of things around the house I can do. Meanwhile, we're just going to be drawing Prika, but we're actually going to be animating Prika today. Hopefully my pen is working and I don't have a problem. I know my touch just worked. Give me a second. Hold on, where? What's that? Oh, I plugged it up in a different USB this time. Is that a problem? I think it is. Let's see. Maybe it is. Who knows? Anyways, I just plugged it up into this old USB though. Get things in here that look like clothes. Not nude, but still. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Alright. And that's just today. I'm gonna draw Prika down here. We might figure out what the heck she's leaning on or whatever. There's actually a lot to do in terms of drawing Prika. I'm not a big fan of these thighs right now. Not at all. I've been watching, what's his name? What the fuck is his name? 58. Damn it, man. His thighs. I wish I could show him off here, but too much work. If you just find a drawing, an art stream on YouTube labeled, with an account labeled 58WM. Ridiculous work. Just doing some brush tests. Oh, there's a lot of whatchamacallit. It's not gonna be a big deal, but there's a lot of yeah, let's fix up some of the face. She's looking kind of goofy. This was just a temp face to be in there. Why? Get something down. Well, whatchamacallit? What was I saying? Oh man, I always forget. Now at the fucking 4 minutes. Now I remember what I wanted to say at the top of the stream, and I did not say it again. It's supposed to be whatchamacallit. Shouts out to the homie who comes through and like, right? I know there's still that person who comes through and you know, gives out a like to my content. I always appreciate it. Since you come through, I don't want you to go unrecognized, you know. It's a lot smarter to probably say that at the top of the stream. Just saying. But, hey. We're chilling today. Just drawing, and then once we get a decent amount of Prika down here, we will we'll start animating it because I want to see this animated. Might be getting a lot of drawings back. Right? I've been drawing since I've been away from Instagram, and I've made a lot, but they were all unfortunately on a laptop that eventually broke, leading me to never release them, and them to be locked behind that broken gate. But I went ahead and I figured out how to remove my hard drives. So now it's just about, I guess, a matter of time for the device to come in for us to do things with that. There's a little something off here. I guess we need to make this line, right? I need to see the disc just a little bit. Boom. And that's why a lot of this is off. So what can we do? I think this is probably the one that's the most off, to be honest. Not the point though. I need to focus. Oh, we gotta do some brush tests and a lot of brush changes. I need some space to really work. Same here. Give me some space. Same here. Give me some space. You can stay. Real question, do I need to eat, or I guess when do I need to eat? I'm starting stream here now. Did I shoot myself in the foot? No, we're just gonna stop stream and then I'm gonna come back and we'll do a part 2 later after I pick up some food. Picking up. Oh, I'm not picking up food. I'm cooking today. I forgot. I want to save a little bit of money. So I can go somewhere tomorrow or potentially grab something tomorrow. So you guys find the middle point. And we'll figure that stuff out later. It's mostly just to, what the heck? Why did I? It's gonna be hard. Figure out what's going on over there. But yeah, we got a lot of brush messing with to do. So I want to make a little bit of a notepad off to the side. Do we have we'll just make a new canvas. Call a notepad. Make it nice and small. A 1,000 by 1,000 would be enough. I want to map some value counts and see how they perform to me and see how long I run with them. That might determine a few things in the future. Okay, that should work. Alright. Now, I know for a factor 79 is crazy. Right, but since that's kind of in the later range, 79 is essentially the peak that I've gone to. We're talking about brush values in between, I guess, essentially the lightest it will be to 79, which would be the darkest it'll be. I have a separate brush, which is 100 of darkness value. You can already see it. Like, this thing isn't at 100. It's at 65 right now. It was at 100, looks like that. And down here at lower values, it's even lighter, right? So I'm trying to figure out which values exactly I like when sketching, and I know I love 79. 65 is also pretty good sometimes, so we'll test that. Something within this range is probably pretty good. We also know that 49, or is it 40? Yeah, I think it's 49. I think 49 is pretty good as well for a good standard value. At least that's the one we're going to test. And these will be what we test. And we'll see how they come out. Could there be a value in between here and this? I mean, what will we even have? 67, 8, 9, all the way up to the 9s again. A whole extra 10. About 13 different values. It's funny when art becomes math. I hate that, but I love it too. I always like math. And I I very much use it in my art to help me get through it faster. So knowing these values by heart so I won't have to test them mid-action will be nice. And it will become a habit for me, hopefully. We got this. We have this brush. Yeah, I think it's pretty good for now. We might test 64. We might test 66. But we'll see. Let's just move on for now. Right now, we're rocking what? We were rocking 65, right? How was I feeling about that? It was too light. We can rock up to 79 for now. And if it's too dark, we'll see if we need to find it in between. Alright, 79. We'll match the eraser to the brush in terms of value. We probably don't always need to map the eraser to the brush, but for now I just want to do it to keep things simple. So the thing is, I have far too little room. We're looking at Prika's back right here, which is a big flaw. But yeah, I think what happens here actually is that the band ends up being up here, and then the other things end up being way up here, right? Or such. Yeah, at least a lot closer to what happens. Where's the middle? Right here. Look like that, maybe. But it's a little uneven. A little bit better. At least punches towards the range proper. Alright. She has extensions which have been messing me up. Not messing me up in a hard way, but like messing me up in a... I just want to draw her with short hair, but I know she has extensions that come from over here, but they don't entirely, overshadow the hair that comes from behind her ear area. So we'll put these on top. It's a little dark. It's a little dark, right? This brush definitely ain't it, homie. We can go down to 37. I want something actually pretty soft. It's a little too harsh. I want to see what it feels like. Alright, takes too much time. Let's try something else. We know 49 isn't an option, so let's try it. Oh, it is no wonder that my voice ends up sounding very raspy. Right? I'm kind of like literally talking from my throat, like a fool. So I am mumbling. Words are created a lot less by my tongue and a lot more by my throat's raspily differences, which is a little foolish. I guess that just happens when you're a smoker, right? Or something. I'm assuming. Because I'm like, or maybe I was always like this. To be honest, I don't think my voice has changed that much since I was younger. Maybe a little bit more, but Looks like it's changed too much, you know. You can smoke the cigarettes out here. I had to remember what my voice sounded like way back when I want to. Oh, let me get my music. So it's a little bit hard, right? The brush is a little bit too rough. Let me soft airbrush this. Oh, we got a lot of tools to mess with. No. I mean, I guess I could spike it out. Like, I could curve it in and spike it out like they do. They do it around the air point. Right? But that's like this. That's what this is. So I'm not too worried about that, you know? This is tough. Oh. Is this at 79 still? How the hell is it still at 79? So, we didn't like 65, did we? It was too soft, right? Yeah, it kinda is. So, what about 68? I don't think I ever tried this range. It's not half bad. I can sit here for a little bit. You are what you say you are. Let's do it. I'm always curious. I have a feeling maybe I'm like not being pompous or anything, but I do have a feeling I could probably pull off different voices if I tried. So I kind of want to give that a shot at some point. I don't know why. Right? I hear my raspy voice and I'm like, it's just all this in me. Not in the sense like, oh, I want a career or anything, but I'm like, is this really how my voice is stuck out? And then I hear voice actors do their work and I'm like, I wonder if I could ever change my raspy voice to do something different. Is that an impossibility? And that's just the curiosity at work. That's all. All right. She is looking somewhat better. Not too bad. Not too shabby, right? What's going on in this corner? Maybe we're supposed to see something? I don't know. Just a line. It has to be a very specific line. A certain amount of curve. Not half bad. From this point, it's probably just detailing out some of this hair. But, oh, crap baskets. Okay. I made some of these bangs wrong. This should be going behind. And from this angle, from there. Ooh. And then this appears underneath it. And it actually makes a flat band when it hits the wall. So it going into a spike here is a little off. Right, it's not too off because of angles, but it's a little off. How am I feeling about that 8? That is a good question. 68 is kind of dark. I ain't too bad about it. I ain't too mad about it, but... She's looking the wrong direction. When did she start looking? Freaking... She's supposed to be looking like back up. But somehow she's looking like down? What the heck? How did that happen? Oh, she's like attached to the freaking edge on this part of the drawing. I was like, what the heck? How did that happen? She's like that on this drawing. Okay. Worry a little bit less about that. Oh, let me put... She actually has a shirt here. She is kind of more nude than she needs to be. Don't tell anyone. It's a bit dark. Let's go ahead and try, yeah, let's go ahead and try 67. Too soon. Should I end PDS? Oh yeah, now I remember. The thing I wanted to also talk about at the front. I remember whatchamacallit. I think my stream last time, even though I was like drawing a majority or the entirety of it, I think I was in the ZZZ section, or maybe I was in the Nikke section for my Nikke story moment. Yeah, I think I was in the Nikke section. So I think my entire last stream was like not in the drawing section, even though I was only drawing the entire time, which I'm sure is nothing but a neck for a channel. It's unfortunate. Look how old I am, man. Look at my hair. I can see my hair, and it's not really my age. It's the lack of not getting a line up that really bothers me. My pen just went out, so I'm trying to fix it real fast. Doesn't typically have too much of a issue. Ooh. And I look forward to cooking today. I'm hungry. But I'm more interested to draw. Oh, P.S. If you notice something, please ignore it. Not about me or the stream. I'm talking about a certain obvious factor that I'd rather not draw attention to. Like I said, if you notice it, please do ignore it. But I doubt anyone will. Other than that, feel free to address anything or talk or ask about anything. It's complicated. You don't know that's the motion. Where are you going? I'm wondering. I don't know where these things typically need to go. So that's what I'm trying to practice. Best thing to do would be to have a reference, but I don't really need a reference too much for this pose. I'm just trying to practice different wrinkles that I'm used to. See what I can possibly get, to be honest. But if I wanted to default, I could probably just default to the simple stuff. So I'm not too worried. Shoot, man. If we get these thighs in here looking pretty decent, start adding in just a few extra elements like her tail. Right? And then she has the cloth down here. That's pretty easy. So we actually see the neck connection pretty easy. This bang is like quite different than you might expect. We definitely gotta shift some of the body's structure and body shape, but let's see if we can get this going. Let's see if we can get this going. I literally draw these characters, bro. I know exactly what I'm drawing when I draw it. Sorry, I was kind of mumbling about I was kind of mumbling about X. I say a lot of crazy stuff on X. If you see X, I fully own everything that I say. But say a lot of crazy things. You might see a different side of me. But anyways, on X recently, people were trying to make the argument that Nikke has so much diverse body types, and I was like, I don't know about that one. I mean, they do have diverse body types, but realistically, they don't have like an extreme, vast palette of different. Dude, they're all fit women with boobs. Almost all the times, and every now and then you'll get your slightly irregular meant to just has a slightly different figure, right? Or your slightly irregular, but even meant is fit with boobs. Her boobs are just a little bit smaller. How about that? Her body structure just a little bit thinner. It's like the minutest of it. It's like the difference of what you're seeing right now with Prika. And then, check this out. Where is she? Showing this. It's like the difference of this. And then this. And they'd be like, oh shit, bro. That's two different body types. This one is skinny fit. This one is thick fit. And I'm like, oh no. Or they hit you with the look, these are totally two different body types. This is where's mid? Still the same layer. Let's see if this actually works out. So one girl will have bazonkers. And we ain't even done. Right? And the other one won't. The other one will look like this. And literally, they'll be like, bro, these are two different, entirely different body types. Because this one's boobs are bigger. Look, I love Nikke. But there is a variety of body types. You got people like Brady. You got people like E-Leg. You got your little people too. But those are rare. Those are rare. Most of the time, you get 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 cases of this with a little bit of variances and a new hairstyle and new eyes. You know, their facial structures are quite, unique. I will admit. Like every now and then I feel like I guess I don't have another one up right now. But I feel like I'm drawing different facial structures to get certain character looks, which is nice, but the variances in those are just as minor as the variances in the boobs. Right? It's the real variances in the hair and the eyes. Those are really, really get unique and individual. But at that point, this was the argument. They were trying to make some argument that Nikke has like so much diversity in comparison to ZZZ, which I love both games. But I'm like, dude, are you talking about having different hair and eyes and potentially boobs and butt sizes, but all being fit girls with boobs? All right. You rarely see a flat chest. You rare. Where, bro? Are we just looking at seeing bro, flat chested people rarely show up unless they're a part of the little crowd or they look like they're rare. I remember Flora. Flora was great. But other than that, what you got your Tronnies, you got your Signals, you got your Solines. They don't vary, bro. their boobs bigness varies. But even that, what about the pinched waist? Right? They all have pinched. Every last one of them has a pinched waist to the end of time, bro. You can now. I gotta bring them up. Oh shit, I'm done. I got lost in the sauce, y'all. Give me a second. All right. Yeah, I definitely got a few of these people up on my stuff already. Look at this. We got pinched waist, slim fit with pinched waist. If I were to put crown here, guess what she would be? If I were to put... Alright, get out of here, freaking Norma. I'm drawing you later. But yeah, if I were to put crown here, you know what she would be. If I were to put Modernia here, you know what she would be. Pinched waist, fit women. they do. It's like walking in an area and seeing just supermodels everywhere. It's impossible. Like, I mean, obviously they're Nikkes. That's the point. They're supposed to be ideal body types, you know. But in that regard, since they are getting targeted towards ideals, they end up feeling ultimately pretty cut and dry. See, that's why I like men. Look at her, a little bit thin. This is why she got drawn first. Even me, I'm probably giving her too much boobs, but not really when you look at her other design, which is this one. All of a sudden, she looks a lot more like the others. But it's just the flair. So I give it credit, you know. I'm not harping, you know. I don't hate it. I love the girls in AK. They're all beautiful. You know, they all are, man. They pretty good with done singing twice. But yeah, they're all beautiful. But they are 100% not varied. Almost 80% of the girls are this. Prika is included within the rest. She might hide her boobs, but she's no different. She's no different. I'm like, she might hide her boobs with a big bow, but she's no different. Now, you get people like Anise. This is a bit of a different figure. Her waist isn't as pinched. You can see almost, like, even though it's pinched over here, you can feel the impression of a belly towards the right side, right? Dude, this is only slightly varied. That's it. That's the amount of variance Anise gets in having a different body type. Like luscious thighs, slender legs, slender arms. Let's see if that makes it luscious thighs, slender legs, slender arms. Let's see if that makes the, well, we know who this is. Let's see if that makes the luscious thighs. You get it? You get it? Right? I love Nikke. But the girls are ideal for a reason. It's not a slight at them. But also, that's why I'm like, yeah, they do the same shit as ZZZ. If you're saying they got a bunch more different variant types, dude, ZZZ varies its body types with every release pretty much too. The only thing is, ZZZ doesn't have 200 agents like Nikke has 200 Nikkes. That's the difference. It's the quantity, not the true effort and skill being impacted into Nikke. It's more just the fact that they release one every 2 weeks, so they have more, right? I think both games implement a similar level of variances, but you know, when you got Thyrans, immediately there's a winner. And when you have males, immediately there's a winner. But I'm not even factoring that. I'm sticking to the women, the pretty women, the pretty women, because that's the debate, right? And variances. They're both the same. They do a decent job. These are good jobs. You can see the change. Okay, maybe not always. Maybe not always. But sometimes you can see the change, right? The small changes, that little liquefy of a girl going from to, oh God, did I break my brush? I broken my brush again. Oh, life is hard. That little changes, that little girl going from, you know, ooh, she's thick. Oh, wrong button, but you get the idea. Look at her now; she's thin. Not the point. But yeah, like. ZZZ does just about as much as that amount of body changing as Nikke does. I mean, let me make this girl a niece real quick. Hold on. Whoa. 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 And now she has a belly. No longer the pinched waist like the others. Just a belly. She's a niece. She's not a niece, obviously. The hair, the clothes, everything. Nothing else makes her a niece except for maybe her belly is a little bit bigger than a normal girl's. You know? So what? Alright, debate over. Rant over. Time to get back to drawing. I think my clothes are done. All right, how much liquefying issues did I invent that I have to like correct? Where are these liquefies coming from? Where are these? What are these? I have a bunch of liquefies I can't recognize. Ooh, that's trouble. Guys, that's trouble. Let's see if we can't figure out where these are. See where the racing and things are. That's over there. What are all these? Dude. Maybe my brush was doing things off canvas. Oh, it's the ass. Never mind. They exist. We just couldn't see it. Alright, it stops right about here. And then the last, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that where it begins? Yeah. That's definitely where it begins. Take that, cut that off. Alright, we should be good and safe. All that tomfoolery, null and void. Oh, I'm orange. Very orange. Great, the little hair that's coming up is creating a weird shadow. Oh, where is it? It's like right here. Oh, right now I pushed my hair back. See, this is why I need a mirror. I don't even know what's casting that shadow. Look, when I put it up, it's gone. What is that? Not a shadow. It's like the hair is hovering. Is it hovering? Yeah, I think it was hovering. And it is a bit of a shadow. I'll just have to deal. I will have to deal. I can see it coming in. I'm like, here, you little motherfucking shadow. I won't fucking deal with you. I'll get over it. I will not get over it. I will not get over it, my brain. I will literally fuck my hair up to get rid of this shadow. I mean, I will go cut you. Do not fuck with me. See what I mean? I'm like a proper lineup, just off this. Don't worry about much. Somebody trims the top of your hair, makes it all even. You never have one of these. Oh, what an annoyance. I'll get over it. I think I'm just gonna put on a hood and look like that'll quell my mind. Get us focused back on what matters. Oh, that thing I mentioned earlier might become more obvious. Alright, let's get back to work. There's a few things we want to do. But yeah, I really notice it when I'm drawing. This is not part of the rant. I'm just talking now. I'm like, I really notice it when I end up like drawing so many of these characters. I'm like, oh. Getting their body to look like how they're supposed to look is kind of tough because there's so little variance. You gotta do the most minute things to really try and hammer home the idea that this is a different character that means this and that. It exists, but maybe only in a single 2D sprite compared to another 2D sprite. That's not really as helpful as it may seem, you know. Yo, this cup. What's this number? 67? 67 is popping off. Okay. Alright, let me listen to some music now. Oh, I took down all the stuff to like do the freaking rant. There we go. Oh yeah, we don't need to do that just yet. things that I should probably focus on are the thighs. But yeah, that also allows me to cheat certain things, right? Even though I didn't draw Nayuta's body right, doesn't matter. She's so close to what it is to be Nayuta to another Nikke to anything, then it's not that far off. Her boobs just aren't big enough. And if that's all that's missing, barely noticed. But if Nayuta was super big and I drew her like that, we'll have a different story now, wouldn't we? But she shares a body probably with Jill closer than she does actual Nayuta right now, and it doesn't matter. Because they're that close. This is, not really worried about detailing out that section. Get rid of this line. This line is just like the grid of the inch and everything. It's not actually supposed to be physically there. Could do a back line. Maybe the back line's up here. Maybe it's more in. What, like right here? So we gotta make luscious thighs. I am pretty bad at luscious thighs. My thighs look pretty bland. I'm in between a rock and a hard place. My thigh is supposed to be touching this. Okay. Will also be curving up or curving down. But wow. It's tough to figure out. Never thought Master would take chainsaw for me. I want to see if there's something in the 50 range that I want to use. We'll see if we can use something for the brush, airbrush, eraser. Oh yeah, I forget I have other brushes at my disposal. Sometimes I get too wrapped up in using the same brush. Stuff like this helps. Dude, it helps so much. Just airbrush some of it, you know. I'm glad I mistakenly said airbrush there. I forget, you know. Alright, so this is probably more straight than we think because, but I do want to get this muscle here. Maybe a little bit higher. And then make it shorter. And then straighten out again. Let me get that larger. We're gonna be animating pretty soon. If I can get the rest of this in here pretty easy. Oh, I guess we should probably figure out what kind of like table she's on. But I don't think it's gonna be that simple, you know. lot of this I'm decent with. I think this can be erased a bit. I don't know about eraser though. The eraser is only kind of okay, but it's getting good. I don't know. The work's kind of good. The work's kind of good. Yeah. Okay, I went out again. It's doing that a lot right now. That's the third time in 15 minutes? That's crazy, guys. It's a short circuit. Yeah, let me fix it up. Hopefully, that's definitely gonna slide. No wonder it's like it's on a slant, so it's been kind of like slightly disconnecting. It's no surprise. No surprise. Ay. Anyways. Back at it. Back at it again. Alright, so she has 2 belts. Is this also a belt range? No, I think we actually have to go up, right? So we're gonna end up making like lines. Should be thickening, thinning right here. And then thing for another set, right? Unless we wanna, let me see the back again. But compare it to this. This is our comparison. The tail being where it is. There's one, and then there's one going up into the tail. And then right about the top is where it ends. Oh. Alright. We'll give it a try. I'm not entirely sure this is going to work out. The race is okay. When done at a small point like this, it gets a little bit hard for anything to be really good. So many people I want to see. I want to see my brother. I want to see, my grandma. Just thinking about all the time I don't have. It's unfortunate, but I know they'll probably look at me like, hey, you can draw on? Yeah. I ain't got much time for this either. What I can make. Anyways. I think we're going to leave a little bit of the cushion here for the behind just to keep the understanding a little bit strong. But I wanted to get rid of these lines so we can clean it off. We can probably just airbrush the center of this. I really wish the other airbrush Would that work? Why wouldn't it work? Oh, that's how it works, eh? The one on top gets targeted first. There may be some tricks and trades I can use. We might be able to really play with some things. If hierarchy can determine things, oh, that makes a big difference. Now I can airbrush on like super command, right? And it's a airbrush erase. Oh yeah, that's crazy. Because before I would have to go through the first airbrush, and almost every single time I would think that I was on the eraser, because I like to just click one time and go to an eraser, not click twice. But hierarchy determines which one shows up first. So just put the eraser above the other airbrush and voila. Problem solved. And there are a few problems like that, like placed around my stuff. We're missing something. Where does it go? Does it go? It's down here and it goes up here. So something like that. You know, probably that path. 67's been really good. I think the brush is asking for right now. Sorry, something a little bit lighter. 67 was fantastic. In fact, scrub this. I really didn't really, or maybe we won't scrub it, but 67 was fantastic. So we're gonna put 67. We're gonna give it like a cool effect around it. All right. Fantastic 67. Yo, I keep dodging these thighs, bro. I keep dodging them. Every time I come down to them, I run away. Should we add we unfortunately have to get these thighs right before we get to actually get to animate. We will get to animate though, that's guaranteed. It's literally around the corner. So that's the fun part. But I do need to get better at this though. Oh, my stomach's starting to eat itself alive though. Definitely gonna have some problems if I don't get myself some food at some point. We'll probably do that around 7:30. We'll give ourselves another. Actually, we'll probably do that around 8. I can wait an hour and a half. And it's not like I didn't eat breakfast too. That's the funny part. I did eat breakfast, but it is apparently not happy with how much I ate. It wasn't enough. It's act like you used it all. It's a greedy stomach. Now it wants to bully me. We'll fix up the chair in just a second. Alright, the hands are super important. So we're going to get in here and we're going to definitely do these hands in a bit. This way we're just done with them, and the image can like come together as a result. Still haven't quite figured out how I want to draw this. Like, should it not be a little bit flat? Just a little bit? Let's see. I think that's right? Yeah, let's do something from an angle. So from here, it should be making contact. That's what I thought. Like minor contact until it comes off. And once it comes off, it is that. I think that's way too far. Maybe liquefy will save us. We'll put our trust in post-correction. Not exactly looking how I desire it to look. And like muscle. So he would do this. He would actually do this. I want to see if that makes it work at all. Where the heck? Oh. I was like, what's up with these songs? I forgot that I used that playlist. I'm down for some Duelist of the Roses. If it was anything but this song. Alright. Put this in here. I don't expect to actually use these. Trying to like draw over them and make them look better, or put them in a proper position, or move them, or liquefy them eventually. I just want to put them in here. Actually, this one should be reversed. Flip it. Why would I redraw it? Just flip it. Like it's supposed to be reversed, then flip it. Where it gets thinner towards this edge. And keep it moving. Nice. We don't want that going too far. I see. Maybe like right there. You know? There. No way it's down here. That's a little too far with me. But I think I got people like really upset online. I'm surprised. I looked at my ex just a moment ago and I was like, 16 messages? This likely has to do with my Nikke comment, doesn't it? People really think they know better. Because they see a little bit of a slight variance in body, they assume that this is better than that. It's not like they don't do the exact same thing. You know, let's have more because they're literal 2D drawings. No offense. I love it. You know, I love these 2D drawings. But it's not like you're seeing every angle of these characters at all times. You get what I'm saying? Their bodies are a static moment in time. Not a true sculpt. Neither am I, though. Right, I think we're mostly done. Her ears, her could definitely get more color. And she knows that. Oh my god. I think we just didn't want to use 79 here. We're not. We're using 67. So what's the next low? How about we try 58? 67 was great. No, not quite. Not quite either. Alright, that feels pretty good. 56. Alright, this one's bad. Sorry about the fucking SpongeBob laugh. Oh Lord. But yeah, I can see all the issues. I can see it, but I can't see how to fix them. That's it. Duality, man. Plus, if I was down here, I would have to probably be using 67. 56 felt really good. But yeah, down here it's like 67 lines. I love her, and I hate to leave her lonely. Ring with her. And I'm not to forget that I have hard lines, right? I can use hard lines whenever I want, if I absolutely need to. I forget about this sometimes, as well as hard erasers. I have hard lines and hard erasers at any time. So now move forward. Grab this, grab that. Maybe try the 67. Alright, we definitely need a dark line somewhere like here. Now we're using all our brushes. She has a stocking on her right and a sock on her line. Right? Or, you know, get the other way around for her, technically. Free chill. So this is like 67, 56. And we'll get a hard line here towards the edge. I don't know why. A hard erase. And if we need the hard erase, we can soft erase. And soft erase is a little soft. We can go up to 67 though. Oh, there we go. Alright. Hmm. Looks like something like that. The race is pretty good, but okay. Alright. We should get some skin pinch here, some little overspill. We go in. I'm deciding which one looks best. I don't think I really like this one. If we want to overspill out rather than upspill in. Can't get too crazy with it now. I think the brush density is off, so we'll go up to 76. Was it 76 or was it 79? My stomach is bullying me though. I might need to go get a snack. There are snacks in the house. Get throw in the oven real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna go throw a snack in the oven. Get the oven started. In just a moment. Bada boom, bada bang. Oh, great. My freaking station is dirty. I'm erasing things that don't exist. I can't scratch it off. It's not one, it's to scratch it. Tap it. Alright. Back at it. We need the beads, but we're not too hung up on the beads. She has a collar. Let me put that in real fast. At 56. I can go for 67. Low key. Nah. I was like, could we see? Dude, there is so... Okay. Honestly. Because this has to be connected to that. I'm starting to see it. Like how many elements are like making up her ass. Funny enough. I don't draw many seated people, so the like seated aspect is definitely messing with my head. There are so much more body types in the world. Do you people go outside? Like, man, I just think, I'm like, The people who be like, yo, Nikke has so many varying body types, man. It blows my mind, man. The people I like work around, the people I know, family members, anything. Like, I just go outside, you know. Like, I spend time outside. I see people, see women everywhere. I guarantee you, not many of them look like Nikke's. Right? I know that's the point. But Nikke sure look like each other a lot. They all look very fit, sexy, with boobs. In a pinched tight waist, you know. It's not saggy boobs, it's perky. It's beautiful. It's nice. I mean, unless they're tree girl. She had a quite varying body type. Oh, tree girl. I forget what her name is. I was like, oh wow, this is like a grandma. I'm like, for a majority of the cast, unfortunately not as much. And even she can't, you know, outrun the simple ideal form. Man, you would think that these niggas in the world only see beautiful women and their small changes within their bodies makes up different body types. Like, what are you people out there seeing? Do you people have grandmas that like don't know how elderly? Do y'all not have anything that might, I mean, not even elderly, like a 40, 50, 60-year-old with a body, you know? Nikke's aren't supposed to be old, but still. We're talking about body types, there's a billion out there. Nikke does not have a billion. Not unless you call the small changes a billion, you know? Which is, I mean, I guess, to me, I'm like, nah, you need way bigger changes. Ooh, alright, it's looking pretty good. Let's head down. We'll finish out the chair, and then we're gonna come back up here. We'll consider whether or not we'll only put the dot in this one, but we'll consider whether or not we do the table before we want to start thinking about animation. Like, I'm giving her super big knees. Realistically, she needs to have smaller knees. She also needs to figure. Maybe it stays online too long. And this one just needs to curve back in. It's shot. Or not curve back in entirely, but it should be like. This one shouldn't look like it's like curving around. It should go right underneath. Alright, this one looks like it's curving around the line. Alright, this is tougher than it looks. I have no clue how these line intersections are supposed to work. Like, I feel it, but I don't feel it, you know what I mean? Like, granted, yeah, we're definitely missing a clear line here. Hold on. This is supposed to go here, not to that. I think we're trying to do this, which would make this like that. And just connect it there. I'm definitely in between a rock and a hard place right now, though. Oh my god, we added that circle and we did not get rid of it, and it's way behind. We're just gonna have to keep it. We're just gonna have to keep it. Unless we want to come way back here. This does better look. Will have better looking thighs. Oh, fucking A, man. Fuck me. Yeah, I hated this. This goes way too far out. I think pushing it inward is the way to go. There's definitely some puppet warping we can do, so I'm not going to worry entirely too much. We're going to get it as close as possible. That's what we're going to do. Or maybe, see, okay. This is probably where I fell. It's probably supposed to be double lined up like that. I'm surprised, but I don't think I'm supposed to see the curve back, this little motion. And I think that's what's elongating this action into feeling more like that than it is like, you know, instead of feeling like boom to this, it feels like, you know, next that and stuff like this. Or I guess within the realms of the drawing, it feels like that, which is not the bone structure I'm going for. Two very different bone structures, right? That's the guy who won't let, yeah. Who won't let small changes count as different body shapes, yeah. That's that guy. Alright. This is looking pretty okay. This should be the edge, and then this should be the back. Alright. What are we doing down here? I guess we can keep it simple for now. And just like do the plated into slightly edge into top. Oh, it's not in the middle. Not in the middle. It's not a problem. It's not in the middle. That is not in the middle. Is that a problem? Of course it's a problem. Of course it is. Of course it's giving myself more problems. Oh, my clothes are finished. I need to go get my clothes. This way I can go. I'll probably go do my things, come back, refresh my mind with food. Oh wait, I keep forgetting that I'm not, well, still I will go get food, but I'm not buying food. But I was gonna go buy food for half a second there. How's the eraser? It's good right now. Good. It really does like the 79. That's good work. What about 78 though? Just out of curiosity. Because sometimes I feel like it comes on a little too hard. Just a little, right? Just a little too hard. Or if it just had a little bit more softness, things might come online a little bit faster. Okay. Okay. And sometimes I have to even talk myself through things. Healthy, who knows? Effective, hell yeah. $67. I'm going up. Go one up. Oh. Before you know, we'll be animating this. That's for sure. We're really only gonna have hands, which we'll spend some time on once I go get my clothes and come back. We'll spend some time on the hands, and we'll actually get some stuff in here, the ears and such, be assimilated as proper. You can also airbrush things to get a little too deep. Send them back in space. Ooh. Alright, now we're getting into details we definitely don't need to do. I definitely want to get down there. Start making some details for that. Are we missing anything on her character? We haven't drawn in the beads. The belts are the belts. We definitely have them. They're probably not too best right now, but they're in there. Definitely are in there. I want this one coming like this. A bit. But yeah, not too crazy. That line's there, so it blocks off this. Maybe turn that back up. Oh yeah, that's a little bit better. I can get stuff like this. I do want to know what that man eventually said. We'll leave it right here for now. We definitely have to eventually do these shoes. These shoes are like the most important part right now to me. To finalize on like this drawing. They're like the final major part. Can't believe I left this line in there. Remember that. Like I probably wouldn't mind. Actually don't mind that. I get the liquefy. Heal or give me death. Wonder why it just feels a little off in terms of this. It's supposed to be in it. But I could liquefy all day. Like literally. Be a little bit more careful. We'll leave it for now. Anything left? Let's see. Definitely got to come down there and detail out the face, but that can happen after we put in the hands, so not really much up there. Yeah, the collar is in there. It's in there. We have the rim underneath for the shirt. And then we'll probably change how the shape and size of this rim. It looks like it's a little bit different, just a bit more wide than I gave it credit for. But I might change that later. If this doesn't pan out, which is probably not right now. Alright. Freaker's getting pretty close to Freaker. We're missing the back element on her as well, but we got this, which we might need to make a little bit of an effort to squeeze some muscle. Right, a little bit of an effort to squeeze some muscle right there. And then that's about that. And then this is the other part of the muscle. So low-key, her feet should definitely be touching the ground if she wants to. We might have to puppet warp this. Right, sometimes your drawings come together and you just kind of like, you realize the little flaw logic. Almost gonna be a toughie to do, but not an impossibility. I could just delete the elements that I want to puppet warp and then puppet warp them. Personally, honestly, I could. We're not gonna do that just yet. Not just yet. We will, but not just yet. Now we have the block out for the cloth. Of course, I'm gonna get fucking focus. Alright. We're good. Like I said, today is just Preca, really. If we're gonna put in this Preca, and then we're going to, yeah, I don't really need to do commander or knees or anything like that. I gotta really keep up the using all my brushes, which I don't. But doing a slight good job at using all my brushes got us here. So that's at least something. Oh. She's so close to being able to be animated. To be honest, I could animate her right now if I wanted to, but I want her hands in there. I want her ear to be semi-correct in positioning. I want maybe her shoes to have detailing before we start animating. for the legs to be properly curved. There's so much. Uh, but we still got like another hour, so we'll be able to do some of it. And then once that hour concludes, we gotta go eat. Gotta go, and then I'll be back, fresh, recharged, ready to do some more. I'm gonna just stare for a moment. See if we can. I hope we can get as much of that stuff done that we just mentioned before I leave. A faster artist would and could, but I'm not him. Don't worry. Hate that the pen just disconnected. It's like if I ever stop for like half a moment, pen is just like, fuck yeah, Jay. We can bring her back. I'm a little over the focus. I want entertainment. So maybe about like the ish much. Thinking about something. My brain is like at the like hard to explain. Ugh. I'm gonna go pop a snack into the oven. I'm gonna go get my clothes, pop a snack into the oven. We'll come back, we'll resume the final hour, and I will lock in for a whole hour. I don't care how late it goes. And then I'll head out to go eat, come back, late night stream, do the animation, probably. And I just wish I was already in the animation moment, I think. But the longer I dilly-dally, the less we get. And I do want to draw those beats in there and every element I possibly can get in there before we start the animation. Because having them in there before the animation starts will help me a lot, personally. I want to test out potentially even 2 different animation approaches. But today will be one of the approaches. And then we'll save this on a separate sheet. So that one of these days we can try approach number 2, and then we can put them both on the sheets together and compare and contrast the outcomes to determine what's truly like some of the best routes to sports animation. I have like 2 ways I animate. They stem from 2 different situations. So, you get it. Alright, be right back. Ooh. Well, maybe it'll be like 5 minutes. Perfect. Cool. I just remembered some news. I'll probably share it when I get back. Oh, here, I'll go ahead and I'll leave you guys with this. I was actually gonna leave you guys with something animating. You know what? I probably could. Here, I guess. While I'm gone, or we could put the BRB right back up on the thing. But I think move this to the side, move this to the side, create a new window. This might be a little bit taxing, but we'll see. Bada boom. And that's what the Nikke page looks like in full right now. It's gonna be even longer. It's probably gonna be twice as long before we make a second page. Okay, we'll put them here. Ooh. Do we want to go a little bit further down? Yeah. What we want to do is get Rappy as much as we can. Yeah, right there. Fine. Oh. And we go back here. And now, leave me all with something to play. I need something to actually move. Only thing is, it technically plays both, but you'll only really be seeing one move. Alright, be right back. back. After trying to see what we can do. Oh crap, I did. I'm trying to like close my eyes. And oh, I didn't clean. Oh yeah, I gotta wash this. This wasn't load. Clean my jacket from last night. We got sauce on it. A ton of it. Alright. Not that that's relevant. Let's see what we can get in there. Maybe we want to get something. I don't know what I want to get in here. Ooh, I'm sorry for the clickety clacks. Test the music value. Let's get into it. We can get rid of this one though. What should we do now? What are we missing? We're missing the beads. We're missing a certain few elements on her back. But more than that, we're missing some hands. We're missing some feet. Right, missing some hands, missing some feet, and that's most of what's the issue. Yeah, we have hands and feet. Let's get the hands in there. Let's see what we can work with. So now we are way down here. We'll probably eventually get to updating the face as well while we're down here, but probably after we can figure out the hands. So let's see. We got a elbow here. Actually, her elbow's like right here. Wait, no. It's like right here. Right? Her wrist. I do think she's like leaning on her wrist first. So we would see that, and then we would see like curves. From that to this. Not quite. Let's block it out a little bit. Right. We know the wrist ends here. We'll cut it off for now. So I can get the blocks in here. And then we'll airbrush it. And then we'll build on top of it if it looks right. This makes sense, right? This coming from here to here. Seems like there are right here at the edge. Yeah. And maybe at best you get a second finger, but that's a little extreme personally. Right? And what's that doing? It comes down here and then it comes back up here. And that's it. Make sure the wrist is readable. And the sections of the hand are readable. So we have a bit of a problem. I just forgot that my oven was started and I didn't have much time. I came back maybe a little too early. I could have waited. Now it seems like I'm gonna leave again for like 2 minutes. Maybe longer than 2 minutes. I gotta get the things on the sheet first. But yeah, I just heard the oven, so I'm probably gonna go do that in just a moment. This is the eyebrow. If we want her hair, that means it should be coming just here at best, right? And then it could come into the section that ends up being part of, so it goes there, so this comes here, so this line is technically wrong. This is coming here, but not a long ways. It could probably do that. Yeah, it probably can. I'm really thinking about this. let me go put up, or put in my food. So we can get that started. Her hair thing is right at the edge of her eye, so it'll be right here, bro. Oh, that does change things. I was wondering, I was like, something's off about where I'm putting this. This way up here. Yeah, she doesn't have enough room for her cranium. I'm gonna have to put more here. I'm gonna mimic some of this. And these should not see their end. Only the middle bang gets to control this space. These should not see their end. Okay. It does end up getting pretty close to her eye as a result. But we're trying not to make it look too weird. It needs to be a semi-full circle based on the angle. Should we elongate it? We could just pull it. I don't really know if that does what I'm looking for, you know what I mean? Just pulling it. I guess that's not that terrible way to go about it. But I guess I'm more dismayed that, I end up losing some of the drawing. Which I can either get over it or obviously I can pull her off of this. But if I pull her off of this, it's going to start interfering with this drawing, obviously. So now I'm starting to put myself in between a rock and a hard place. It's okay. I'm going to go make my food. Did we do anything? We didn't do shit, bro. We got this one hand in there, probably, kind of. Ooh, now I see where you can see it. It's right there. That's where you get the other hand. Okay, maybe, kind of. Yeah, because it is facing this way. It is going this way. Everything makes perfect sense. Unless this is supposed to be wrist, and this is supposed to be that, and these are supposed to be fingers. If that's the case, then you got to change a couple of dynamics. It ends up being like way over here. You gotta watch the finger length comparison to the length of that. It ends up being smaller too. I'm like shrinking it to like see if I can get more information to see. But yeah, let me go. Alright, let me go. I say we just let it go. Or, actually no, I say we rock it. I say we leave this here. I want to keep it in my frame for now. I think I have an idea. Why can't we just pull the fate? That's a little bit more pre-time. Oi. Now we're talking. face is now more concave than it was, but I don't think that's too much of an issue. It still has a outer rim kind of rotation going to it. It still has downward rope and then upward momentum to downward rope, which is pretty good. Ultimately, leading to a pretty balanced face. Probably the only thing that's really off is maybe her lip positioning. Right. So I think she's looking pretty good. Hands, boy, hands. Okay. I'm guessing this should be doing something like this right now. And then bam, that should be that. And now it's time for food. I gotta get fingers in here, bro, somehow. We'll work on it. We have the airbrush tool, which is godsend, right? This right here, maybe this baby does work. Puts it in perfect position to draw over, you know what I mean? That kind of stuff. Alright. I won't be gone that long. I can chill with just fucking pre-cut. I just noticed. It's fine. So I changed my mind last minute on what I was eating, so it took me a little bit longer to set up my food. But I eat is back, and we're locked in for at least another 10 minutes because I gotta go flip my food. And then there's 5 minutes, and then I gotta go take out my food. And yeah, I know it's gonna suck. And the drawing is going to be very sparse. But we got a long day. Don't worry. I'm not counting this towards the hour that I was supposed to have left. I'll extend it. I'm cooking way too much. Alright. What are we working on anyways? Hands. We're failing your hands. Is that what we're doing? We already got an airbrush, so we may as well use it. Because there's nothing too crazy important about those hands that we have. So we got some line issues here that we're gonna have to figure out. We got this. This is connected to this. Maybe what it's trying to do, but no, this should be in a knuckle form too. But it should be like this. And these knuckles start right. They start here. So give me that music. I hear that jam. Oh, run that shit back. Alright, just make sure y'all can't hear it so y'all don't have some overlapping bad sounds. My apologies if you did for even a moment. Takes a little mixing. So this is what I see. See this part, I see this part, I see that. Obviously, this is very disjointed from the head itself, which is an issue in itself, but we could probably just cover it up with hair and call it a day, and give her some more eye room to play. I'm not actually trying to do anything crazy right here, so I'm not too worried about it. Can't look much worse than what it's looking like right now anyways. Though I am surprised. Whoa. Oh, wrong brush. Getting used to this brush rhythm. It's a little harsh still. That's probably a good reason. I'm gonna brush it. I guess it's fine for now. I'm trying to get that same tone in there, to be honest. Fuck the bullshit. Keep original. Bada boom. Oh, the enlargement of the eye helps enlarge the face to a certain degree. Obviously, we don't want to. The Freaka has a lot more thinness to her eyes. Not too much, but enough, Hmm. Yeah, it's definitely the brush. What are we at? 68? I didn't put a timer, so now I gotta eyeball it. Shoot. Anyways, what's the notepad like? It says 67 was pretty good. Why am I 6? Okay, let me see what 67 does. But I doubt it's better. So it's probably because it's getting smaller. It's asking for just a little bit more if you want to use this technique. I know I made it look all scratchy. I did that on purpose. I'm trying to figure something out. Like I'm not capping here. I promise. Not like, hey, it's my style. That's not this. I'm reading the shape as much as possible. The shape of an eye is so important. That makes a little sense. We were curving too much. Well, I'll see. We'll see if it works. But I can already smell my food. It's not a good sign. What did I do? I listened to like 2 songs, right? Oh, it hasn't been 10 minutes, but maybe I'm just smelling it. Really important. I think I'm gonna have to get up every now and again. But yeah, food's gonna be finishing in portions. So fortunately, that means I'm going to be getting up and down from the station quite a lot over the next 20 minutes. Anyways, hand's kind of small. Right? At least, if anything, it gives me a moment to like mentally take myself away from the drawing and come back with a fresh pair of eyes. My hand is kind of tiny. It's tiny and it's small. It's so small. Why is it so small? So that's why we probably won't even be able to see too much of the other hand, even though it's supposed to be a similar size. Because this hand is going to be taking up most of this visual space. Alright, we're getting somewhere. Let's get somewhere with the feet. Alright, let's push the feet along a little bit, and then we'll come back. We'll try and finish out the hands and finish out the face, and then put in the beads. And that's pretty cool, baby. I guess we're missing the cloth down here, but you get the idea. Pretty good enough. Let's come down here. Girl got some kicks. Look at her. Oh, it's gonna be fun. So I get to design the bottom of these how I please, technically, right? Interesting. So should I? Yeah, since I don't have my brush thing, then we got to try those brush techniques in order to speed up workflow, which I think is super important. No, I don't think that line matters. This line probably matters more, but we'll probably somehow connect it to that so that we see a little bit. Yeah, I can already smell it. The second batch of things is done, and then there's going to be one more batch. That'll be it. And I'll come back with a plate of food and a happy smile on my face. Let me go get it. Can't delay on food cook time. Can't be that guy. That's how things end up burnt. Drawing and cooking, probably not wise. That's delightful, my place, though. Thanks for the food. That's delightful. Alright. Where were we? Down here drawing some kicks. We have a few more moments. Probably a little bit longer than the last batch. This last batch needs to take a little bit longer to cook. Okay, so we have a tail over here. Or a tongue, whatever they call it. I don't have my access to my second hand right now. It's a little messy from a little bit of the stuff that has been touching food. But I'm also about to go right back out there, so I don't really want to clean it just to make it messy again. I'll just clean it once I'm done. A one-handed drawing for now. Nothing special, just to know things might be a little bit slower than normal. What the heck was that? Anyways, kicks, drawing kicks, making kicks. Gotta clean that edge up. Wasn't making much sense. But soon we will be in animation territory. Maybe I won't. Oh yeah, I knew I wasn't going anywhere, but I keep thinking I'm going somewhere. I keep thinking I'm about to like go to go get food, but I'm like, no. Food is being made at this point. I'm about to go get my food out of the oven. So, what kind of kicks does she have? I guess I should design as they design. Got the base shape going. Yeah. Let me get that airbrush. That airbrush. And we'll isolate what we want to airbrush. And we'll launch the airbrush herself. There we go. A little bit of work with one hand. With two hands, that definitely would have been a lot quicker. So now we want to design this part, right? So this part applies into both of these. They both have these similar traits. They're just, similar shoes. This is the back of this. We'll line this up like that. Especially when it gets to the dipping part. Okay. But yeah, it's interesting. I have a plan. Definitely have a plan. There's some unique brush opportunities. So, I think we should rim it a little. How can we rim it a little? Like have like another line basically attached to it. Basically attached to it. There's harder, I might have to employ my other hand anyways. That's off some of the flakes. I need to figure that out. Let's go. Other hand employed. Alright. Should be interesting though. So what else comes? There's a triangle somewhere on the frame. We would probably just barely see one or two laces at best going this direction. Right? There's a triangle here that there's also a space in between these. Right, triangle down there. This connects a line to this. Actually, right? So that's actually there. And then this is the white part. This line's out. This line is actually there. Because it connects to that. That's the white part right there. That wraps around the front. At least I believe so. And I think we're getting there. And I do think we're probably at best going to be this to this. Actually, they should be hanging, right? The laces a little bit. So shouldn't this be drooping a little bit? Something like this. Ah, my fish. Let me go. It's probably done. Let me not get too distracted. I'm not too worried about it. And I definitely thought about it at a good time. But let's see. The back ain't looking too hot, but we'll figure it out. You know what I mean? We'll figure it out. We will figure it out. Alright, let me go. I wasn't the best at ever drawing shoes or feet. That's why we need the more practice. Hope these things aren't too fair. Taking a little time to cool down, but food has been acquired. Hopefully it just doesn't break everything. I got room just right here. Sheesh. Let's draw some shoes, shall we? best time I do to put it in. And get a bite. Sorry about the close up. I can already feel my stomach smiling. Alright. Yeah, we'll do it from far out from right now. I'm wondering what's up with this. Right? This obviously goes here. This becomes this. So there's another line. Is that what you're saying? It's the 3-liner if I wanted to make this idea? Because these two need to be close to signify the edge of something. What if this one needs to close there? Okay, so they kind of like a fingerprint. Is that what I'm saying? That seems to be the best technique. I'm starting to read some of this. Let's liquefy only the first one, and we're not going to worry about that second one behind it right now. I know you guys cannot understand what I'm saying. I'm not trying to be too understandable, but I'll try my best to be. This is just like stuff that I'm saying so I can guide myself through the art. To be honest, yeah, this needs to be like a heel. Right, technically. From a technical standpoint, how would that work? Obviously wouldn't. So even if it is the heel, it's the way the heel works that matters right now. I think this especially is weird. I think it should be this curve. A little too curved, you know. And it also goes very far. And it's also not as elevated as it feels like it should be. In relationship to that, and this back ends up spreading as a result, which doesn't make any sense. That part doesn't make any sense. It should do something like this at best, right? Or maybe that's too extreme. So less extremes. Yeah, I'm having a tough time at it. I don't typically draw feet from this angle, especially if I ever draw them. I'm definitely having a tough time at it. But it's okay. I kind of expected to. I was not expecting to get this feet stuff hammered in immediately. You might do a pass, take a moment, come back, or do something. Who knows? But yeah. Maybe it's because of the brushes I'm using. True. I need to be smart to pick what I need in the moment. Ain't no way that's relevant. That's why I'm like, Anyways, I need to be smart. Also, I need to start a Final Fantasy page literally like today. Well, not today, but like yesterday. I should have started that shit. But we'll probably start a Final Fantasy page. those in a few days alongside animation. That's where the stuff is going to get fun. Alright, I'm failing at this shoe. Terrible fails. Obviously, as a digital artist, I can technically just grab this fucking weird ass heel and put it where it needs to be. But realistically, that's a cop out. I need to learn to draw better. You know what I mean? I don't get it. Like, how can't I even see that? It upsets me. It upsets me. Okay, moving on. So we just barely see the back of the heel. It looks so. It actually looks pretty good that we can't see it. So we can probably just set up the other shoe to be right here. You could just mimic it. And probably angle it just ever so slightly inwards. There. And then boom. Okay. What was I doing before? I have no clue. Now I'm getting hungry. That first bite got me fixing. Alright. Oh, I could do that. I will do this. No, 678 is definitely the business. Definitely the business. Bro, all about rhythm and feel. ZZZ. Alright, I think that's it. I think that's mostly, like obviously I gotta detail out the shoes here. I think we can, we might be able to either one, liquefy her legs, or two, just go straight into thinking about animations. Like not actually animations just yet, but I might be able to think about it. There's a couple of lines, and she used to have creases here, but you know, since she's gonna be stretching, it doesn't really make sense now, does it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure she would be stretching those pants. So, that ear. This ear. Constantly my enemy. My enemy. Everything matters when it comes to ear, scale, position, angle. Alright. Though it does become like invisible from where it is. But does it look more like Paprika? That's the real question. Kind of, but not entirely. Down for the free transform. Always like a free transform. And we're talking. You hear her voice already, bitch. Alright, snack time, food snack time. While I work, go on. I'm just been focused. I wanted to get that done, but I think we're in like a perfect position. We'll add these lines back. I don't know. They're definitely way too dark. Just to get the stroke. You know, they're way too dark. Now we gotta see if we can find that 50. I did 69 anyway. Yeah, I'm starting to feel that. I'm starting to feel pretty finished. Like, not actually finished, but like, whatchamacallit. So many of the elements are actually getting added. I don't know what I'm doing close to that. I feel bad. I'm surprised the Nikke community feels so strongly about that. Okay. I did not notice that they were on the same layer. Well, that's detrimental. Well, it's only detrimental because I thought she would have the room to be away from her. But what did the turn? Actually, nah. It would have always been detrimental. I'm about to animate this stuff, bro. She did not have the room to be that. They're gonna have to be on a separate layer. Oh, this is what it used to look like? Oh, look at that. I saved an Odie for just in case. And then get a little fun before and after. Right? I don't always have these. It's quite a nice play. Trying to see if anything didn't equate quite properly. And honestly, not really. Everything equated pretty much I wanted it to. I'm actually liking it a lot, except for a certain relationship between the legs, the feet, and the ground. Other than that, everything's pretty solid. Yeah, this can probably get deleted eventually pretty soon. This stays up. This is an OD2. This is what it used to really look like. Now that's a throwback for you. From these, that. It's so doable. It's so doable. You just gotta keep going. Alright, anyways. Enough of all this. We have the hand here. Ready to slap. He's too frisky. Kidding, obviously. This was deciding which Nikkes I might do, right? I think we can close this. Doesn't really matter anyway. Oh, no, not you. Not you, though. Actually, make sure there's nothing random on this layer. We get rid of it and then we just leave it. But now it looks like the only thing that is relevant at all. Stuff down here. Cool. Alright, we can get rid of it. Alright, is this? What do we have here? What is this? Why is there an orange one that's all? What is this? Who are you? What's a signal? What about that? That's Jill Valentine. Okay. And now you at the very top. Just thinking about things. Food. That's what's happening. Like a wait. Get rid of the levels. I remember why I put that there. I don't want that in there. What is this? Is this even a layer? It's a layer? What's the layer for? For be right back. And get your butt out of here. What about this? What are you a layer for? Absolutely nothing. Cool. See, my canvas was quite messy. That cleans it up quite a bit. The only things left behind are like old versions of the layers. Things like that. Simple stuff. I don't know what these animations are about. What are these animations? Where are you? Other bread variants. That's what it was. I wasn't sure which bread was the right bread. But to be honest, at this point, these other breads can go. I haven't even seen them in forever. I haven't had an issue. Get rid of that too. Like I said, cleaning house, man. Clean the house. This one doesn't seem to. Oh, everything's on. Maybe I'm crazy. Oh, was this Nayuta? Looks like it was Nayuta. Yeah, I think it was. Where's Nayuta now? Up here, right? I think it's Nayuta. Oh. Yes, it is indeed. I definitely don't need this. What about these? Do they have anything? Oh, this isn't Nayuta. This is the word ninja over here. Oh yeah, I was probably gonna do what's her name? Delta Ninja. Then I changed my mind. All this is, I don't know what this is. You just have to make sure they weren't worth keeping around. Let me eat. Let me eat. Let me eat. Let me eat. Let me. Let me eat. And then we're gonna do trinkets and stuff. I think we can overlook the hands for a little bit. We got some decent, like, hover hands in there. I think we'll be fine. So what trinkets are we missing? We're just really missing the beads, right? I guess that thing on my leg would have been kind of visible. But really just the bead. Maybe the thing on my leg a little bit. Oh, the meow. Gotta draw the meow in there. We didn't even draw it on the big one, but I think we can draw it on the small one. Yeah, we can draw it on the big one. But the small one's gonna get animated first, so. So meow. Thing there, and bead. And that's it. After that, it's just detailing until we're ready to animate. And we said meow. But this would be a perfect position to look at. Because this is probably where her face looks the funkiest. Not gonna mess with it too much, but we'll keep it in mind. We want to better this look, not worsen it. Alright, I'm definitely using different brush tools. Normal, but it's alright. Entirely terrible. It's this eye. Has to be this eye, right? This eye feels pretty good. This eye, it's all in the amount of space you give an eye. And then when you place the lashes from that face and that. But like I said, this drawing shouldn't be too Now the only thing really wrong with the face is just being a little bit too far forward. There we go. That's closer to Prika. I could definitely work with that back eye and really make it look like not the other, but make it look like her eyes, you know. I think I'm kind of failing it here. we'll take our time. I'll definitely correct the eyes. That'll be that. Stuff is at 67, and it's been deep. Been super deep. Don't want to get it too crazy, right? The hair doesn't come too much in on. Okay. Face feels somewhat clear. Color will always do a lot. That's true. But, yeah. Still. Let's bring this down a bit. We still haven't found a good 50 value, but I guess like maybe 55, maybe 56. It could be the hand, but if it's the hand, it needs to be still making the face feel somewhat clear. Shouldn't make it feel too unnatural. It should be readable. That it's behind the hand, but it's properly shaped. Right? That should be the read. Not that it's behind the hand and it's improperly shaped. Like that hand. Because it's the hand right here, by the way, guys. Like, don't get it twisted. Don't forget the hand here. I was smart to make finger food. Alright, let me see something. Let's go back for a little bit. I think this was probably the best point we got, but for some reason, the eye. Oh, we changed the eye line. Okay. I'm like, I didn't feel like we were closer before. Right here. We were closer before. I'm not really sure how to adjust it. Alright, there we go. Okay, now that's reading how I like it. Alright, I'm happy with the face. Like we said, let's get some trinkets. I'm not that good at drawing trinkets, but at least this kind of stuff is kind of makes this stuff. Probably making them too close together, and probably not making them big enough. This will probably be another big one right here. Maybe one small one and then one long one here, y'all. Yep, y'all. Alright. I'll put the similar, like, cubic stuff on the back somewhere. Maybe I might separate this and put 2 cubes over there. I don't know. Or maybe we'll get a look at the back and there's no cubes at all, and I might break them down. We'll see. Because we do have a back view. But it's not really necessary right now. Trinket. We could trinket down here. It's supposed to be right on the belt. Somewhere right here. I could draw it. Thinking about it. And then, other than that, I'm gonna lose the understanding of that. Hmm. 57, I want to try out for a little bit. $56 was okay for some of the jobs that it did. Other ones it was not. Let me go check on the oven. I feel like I hear it, but it might just be the heat moving it. You know? It's supposed to heat build up or something. It's just malleability of things. But we're pretty much, other than maybe doing one more pass on the shoe, we're pretty much there for animation. Pretty much there for animation. Maybe one more pass on the shoe. Oh, crap. Baskets, I forgot. Yeah, it's like a... Whoa. We carved there. So, honestly, we should only have, like, 2 things back here. And that's it. Other than that, up there. And then curve under the essence of the thing itself. This over here. Okay. My God, she's fine. Sorry, I'm in love. I really like Rika. This is my idol. Anyways. Feeling pretty good. Trinket. Yeah, that trinket. We don't have the back trinket, so we're gonna put that in too. We're not quite done. But yeah, pass on the shoes. I don't really think I need to get rid of it. Ooh. Yeah. I want to get rid of it if I was gonna get rid of it. Probably try the normal brush first. Let's see how that felt. And of course I can just go to the hard brush. We'll can get a nice edge here. And go for the stuff that we lost, the information that we lost. It's hard to determine when to do what. That's really all it is right now to me. Just keeping me from really taking off the speed. I really struggle with determining when to do what in terms of like shifting up, game plans. This is way too low. Supposed to put that down there. Maybe that. I probably look super weird since I have to like hunch over my plate just to reach the canvas. And I'm like, oh, oh, oh. That shit will give you scoliosis. Oh. We'll wait for that. In fact, we'll wait for everything. Let me see back. We'll keep these, but we'll wait to erase these things. Maybe that can be erased. I kind of want to keep it for now. Just in theory. Alright. And then, of course, there's down here. I'll eventually, happen. Trying to see some things. Oh, I'm coming. Not like I saw something else. There you go. Yeah, you get it. You get it. Saw something else. Like, oh. It's crazy that I don't have my crosshatch. Oh, I forget that I can airbrush and blend too. Like, this has a little bit of blending effect going on, which really gives it some fun going. I wouldn't really airbrush much, but maybe I might blend something if the situation called for it, you know. So, to be honest. Airbrushing might be the better way to blend in that regard. And then you blend the airbrush. No, I'm just playing. Do I want that line faded or not? I think I do, right? Trying to read it. Now let's read this. Interesting. I don't think it does exactly what I would have wanted to do in terms of adding in variances. So I'm gonna leave it for now. I actually don't mind this read when I get a full look at like a good proper read. It looks worse than the other one, but that doesn't make it worse. It might be the perfect position to get to another better place. Alright. I'm almost done with my food. Means it's almost takeoff time. Most of the little trinket or trinket stuff I did. I love. Now I should make a few things easier. Holy shit, bro, we gonna animate this. I don't know how we're gonna animate this. It's gonna be okay. But I'm all it is. This is gonna be a little bit of gyrating motion, a little bit of seduction. This stuff exists on YouTube, whatever. Or Twitch. Oh, ooh. Spine realignment. My food is done. Well, mostly done. Ooh. Now I don't have to hunch anymore. Alright, what we doing? We haven't gotten our second hand back just yet. And I do want it to do things. Oh. We are missing one thing. Oh, crap. Get out of here, ladies. We're here to prove a point. No. No. Hmm. Still dwelling on my Nikke remarks. I don't really care. As they say, all publicity is good publicity. Because I would argue with these fools, but it's not like they would understand. If they somehow believe that all the Nikke girls in Nikke showcase some wide variety of women body types, they are bugging. And that's just the truth. Not to say that they don't have varying body types, not to say that they don't show, but they don't show some wide variety of the real range that women can be and have. And that's just the truth. But that is not a slight at them. I'm not asking them to. Look here, okay? I am not looking for a Frogan looking Nikke. Ironic the way I'm looking. But I'm saying. Right? It's probably what triggered my brain. But yeah. I'm not looking for like a Nikke built like a freaking pyramid. You know? That's my desire. I'm just saying they ain't some bastion of originality with their hourglass figures all over the place. I don't know what it is. My brain's still thinking about the argument. I guess I'm my nail in my teeth. I mean, the true weakness of having teeth with gaps. Should have got braces when I was young. I'm kidding. My teeth aren't like that gapped. They just got like small gaps at the bottom or in between some of the marks and the other small gaps in other places. They end up really Where's the eyebrow? Did I end up erasing it? I think it's this. Oh, I don't. I think it technically should be here. Not quite either. That makes a little bit more sense. Alright. Enough. Let me, wrap around this so that this is closed off. And then we can properly to ourselves. Are we coming down here? Another pass on the shit. Girl. Oh. Still hasn't made a figure like theirs. You do not. I'm not really sure how to draw some of these elements, so we're just going to be sketching kind of, like, we're not going to be sketching mindlessly away. We're going to get these shoes up here. Like, we ain't going to be mindless with it, but, you know, we're just going to be sketching away until it kind of reads right. Trying to fix things as we go. Like I said, this is there, so this should be starting to wrap around. So yeah, I'm gonna push this here. We're gonna just barely. So these things are almost like circles. Almost the things that the laces that end up wrapping around. And then this comes down here. We're missing that triangle. Here. This is the triangle. Yeah, it should be fat all the way across from the line to the line. Also, the line is meant to do this. And it is not the end of that. So, oh, this has to come up here. And then that becomes that, and then that becomes that. And then I think you can make a triangle. Right. And I think you can make the triangle. Points back. There's a black spot here. It bends around. And like that. Same for underestimate adding blockiness. Is that what I'm saying? Yours just look better. That's what it is. Oh my god. I figured it out in my brain. Okay, my brain has been racking over the issue of what I said about the whole Nikke stuff for a little bit now. But in my head, I'm like, man, Nikke girls have about as much variety as much variance in their design as Oda's girls do. The only difference is that Nikke's girls look a lot prettier, right? Oda make his people tall, long, whatever, or change like certain things, but his core foundation of a female body type is exactly the same across the board. Same for Nikke, pretty much. It's not a bad thing. I like it. I'm not asking for change. Do not give me Frogan. But yeah. It's not exactly like Oda from One Piece, but you know. You can get like an idea if you think about it like that. And honestly, that works for every anime thing. I mean, that's everything. But yeah, with the Nikke thing, the thing is that they can have girls painted by different people, but their criteria seems to be very hourglass precise. Anyways, we're in a position to animate. I think everything could be read from this position pretty easy. We'll add in a little bit of detailing to that, and then that will be it. No, that is super relevant for the animations. It doesn't really matter. I'm keeping my eye on the prize, which is like gyrating. What do I call it? Rika. How do you spell me out? I'm kidding. I wanted to see if I can do this and then like just edge it out on the inside. Trying to save myself some time. Not every single one needs to be edged out. It's just a core idea. And maybe every single one needs to be edged out. Anyways, then you'll have your brackets somehow. That's it. Boom, bada bang. Obviously, we need to make it look a little bit better than this, but you can airbrush it, draw over it. Yada yada. You can do tons of things. I think we leave it right here. Yeah. Oh yeah, Frigo's doing it to me. It'll be over. Oh, you didn't even put me out up there. You can bite me, alright? That's life sometimes. sometimes the smaller drawing gets some details that the bigger one doesn't even get. Not true, honestly, not true. It just so happened that it turned out that way. Alright. Get my brushes back. We're ready, guys. We are ready. Are you ready? I'm ready. So, animation. Oh, the whole puppet warp thing. I could. We are gonna puppet warp it. We should do it now. So we should at least give it the test now. We're not quite ready for animation after all. I overshot the gun. So now I need to separate all the things that we're going to add into a new puppet layer. Making sure I'm not taking anything I don't want. Just need the things that are going to be necessary for the puppet layer. And that should be about it. This shouldn't be necessary for the puppet layer at all. Should be able to draw myself. Or I guess I could, but I should be able to draw myself. Gonna have to move the short line. Let's cut it. Take it off. Okay. Now what we're going to do, we're going to introduce another layer underneath this layer. Right? I'm gonna put these guys in a folder just so we keep track of things. Another layer underneath this layer, and we're gonna bring in some red elements. I'm gonna faint out the original so that we can figure out what part of the legs are actually existing. Right, which is like this to this, and then we can close this off. We need to for the puppet. We also need to close this off because we need to for the puppet. And then we need to create this stuff. Now this stuff is tougher than it looks, but it shouldn't be too impossible. Yeah, that's about it. And I think that closes off everything that's relevant for this puppet warp. Now, of course, this technically has an ankle, but I don't think that part's really relevant. So what's the point of doing all this, right? Shit, we cut that off? I don't think that's important. I didn't realize we cut this off. A little edge right there. Not that big of a deal. We'll turn it off now. Now, what do we do on this? Because give it the old transform puppet warp, and now we have movable legs. Some proper joint points. We could end up making a new shape, and honestly, be something like this. My opinion, maybe. something we can do. See some things just to see how this button moves. So let's just turn up the 8, turn off the red, see where it goes. Erase maybe what it overlap. What you doing with it? I always get the hanging lips when I'm just going. No, that's probably the main point. I need to add a few more anchor points personally, in my personal opinion, before we liquefy like this. We might have to do it joint at a time, which would be interesting, I would say. It would indeed be interesting. I have to do it joint at a time. Let's try another cup more. So we'll stick these. Let's stick the pivot points, right? That's where these people are. Ooh. What if? What if? What if? What if? What if? If? Yeah, I think that's it. We either have this, which is the perk up, but this way harder on the stuff. But maybe we can make it sit way harder and then actually move the legs. I'll be surprised. Maybe we can do that. Let's turn it up. Let's see how it looks. Just got this. Yeah, the reed's a little off. And I thought it would be because of where the feet land. But the moving of the top was incredible. Let's try this again. I don't know how to morph puppets. It's harder than it looks. Not bad. Look at that. It's not a crazy adjustment, but it does make a difference. So it takes a lot to puppet tool right in this world. It does take a lot more than it probably needs to, but I wish we could see the back and forth between the puppet and no puppet. But because it's here, we won't be able to. Oh, well, what we could do, we can be big brain. Big brain. And we go way back. Gotta go back. Yeah. So around the order. This is way better. This is definitely better. This is definitely better. this or is this? Yeah, I don't know what's up with this one. This one feels weird, right? It feels like she's pointing her knees upwards but not touching the floor. But like she's putting her muscles at more, doing more work for no apparent reason. And then versus her muscles are relaxing a little bit more. Her feet are actually making contact with the floor. And while she's definitely seemingly still doing work, though, I could probably ease off some of it. She's not doing all of it, let alone most of it. Right? The chair ends up feeling like it's important to the overall balance. The chair ends up feeling like it's important to overall balance here too, but probably just not as much here to me. We'll rock with this. I think this is better. I could be wrong. I'm okay with being wrong. Oh, man. The only thing is, it technically reveals some feet. Right? And it's not like I'm looking forward to drawing more leg. So that sucks. That part sucks. Let me merge these together again. At least for now. What the hey? So it's that small. Alright. Debating whether I'm missing anything. I feel like I am. Right. I feel like I'm missing something. Oh, and I'm not really sure what it is. I'm not really sure. Oh, give me 1 second. Oh. Ugh. But if we don't end up feeling like we're missing something too much, but I really like the change in the leg. I mean, I don't dislike it. That's the question. Yeah. How about that? I think we just rock it, right? I might end up having, this is why it looks like we need to get certain things done before we start animating. Because we don't want to have to add in extra details on like mid-animation. It's not really a fun thing. I do think we're mostly done. I'm gonna play around with a few things. We do need to add in certain elements to the feedback here, but other than that, I think we're pretty decent. And I just want to animate this lady. Alright. Save. Oh wait, we can't save. Don't ask why. Though I could probably pay that right now. But I gotta go get my car fixed tomorrow. Gotta be smart. It's not even my car. But I gotta go get my car. Or the car fixed tomorrow. So, anyways, video paused. Your video was paused. Your paused video. Video paused. Sorry. Yeah, he did. Ooh. Yeah, I'm gonna go get me a. All right, we got to think about how we're gonna approach this animation. We're not quite ready, but we're ready. Let me think. So we want her to come here. This should pop out. Not much, but it should pop out just a bit. And then another frame where she brings it back front and then flows backwards. Brings it back front, then flows backwards. Or you can flow forward and bring it back. You gotta pick one, or you can go balance a complete circle. Those are the choices. Yeah, I got you. Just making sure. Oh, wait. Pop up. Should this not be the pop up? So you're saying. You don't think that's all we should need? And we might need a fourth, or we might just need to really mess with these three to really get the timing right. But yeah, this should work. I should probably properly adjust these new adjustment frames. And that's what we'll do when we come here. And once we get these new adjustment frames, what we're gonna do, are we gonna actually draw new lines? Probably not. Not entirely. We're gonna use the liquefy tool, we're gonna use the cut tool, transform tool, whatever we can to get the lines to be moving into proper position. Then we'll also clean them up and draw them a little bit by hand. And then we will do the same for the other frame. Hopefully we should only need 3 to really get this going to begin with. On a more taxing note, we might need 6. We'll see. But yeah, breaky time, breaky time, breaky time, breaky. You want me to give you a ZZZ window while I'm gone? Get you another ZZZ window? Or not a ZZZ window, a Nikke window? before long, people will be able to like request those windows because there is spicy stuff on them, you know. I'll be back. Whoa. Whoa. Oh. I'm so old, guys. Why am I so old? Oh my God, that's what was supposed to happen. I forgot. That's why everything is done. I'll explain it when I get back. I just remembered. If we're gonna be stopping streaming at some point and taking a massive break. But for now we see what we can do about this animation. For now, we see what we can make with the time. And then afterwards, I'll do something. Oh, it's the last final hours. The final hours. The final hours. Oi, 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 oi. I need to change my Twitch bio and all my Twitch stuff. I'm just looking at it, man, this stuff is old school. Anyways. Even my icon, funny enough, I still got the golden blade icon. And my name is Go7. I don't really care. I kind of like the golden blade icon. It's not very fitting for my profile. I don't know. I'll leave it for now. It's a reminiscent of a very, very old time. Yeah, it's funny. I used to go by Golden Blade on this platform. I'm back. Chillax. Okay, chill, Nikke, chill. We are ready to use Prika to seduce the commander. I'm not even lying. And I'm not even lying. To watch the volume of my music. I'm trying to figure out the perfect one. Maybe I could set the mic a little bit away. If I set the mic further away from me, it gets harder for me, right? So, maybe not. Alright, so how we animating, yo? We just gotta get right into it, literally. First, we gotta separate Prika from Prika and the rest of the crew here, to be honest. Going into the animation territory. She can be attached to the drawing frame. She can make her own drawing, but she cannot be attached. There ain't no attachment. Film. Oh, timeline. Okay, what a folder. I don't think I need much else other than a folder right now. So I probably don't need to be down here that much. How many frames we got? Ooh. To 30. We're gonna have to make an oscillation of 15 seconds. Typically I probably like to use 666, so maybe around 18. To get a proper 18 oscillation, we have to do 36 frames while everyone else is doing their things. I had to probably try and fit it within 30 seconds. Hopefully. If I can manage that, it'll be good. But that means a couple of things. I might have to change some signals, some timing on them if it ends up not timing out right. So I might have to change the timing on some of these people's animations, pretty much everyone's animations. And we'll see how that goes, because Brid's probably the hardest one, since I'm not really sure adding frames to her animation is going to be okay. But maybe it will. Maybe it won't be a problem. For now, focus on Prika. Before we do something, I just want to see something. It's not... never mind. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it right now. Where is she? She's here, right? And she starts here. We'll start her here. And then, right on 12 or 6. Right on 6. I'm gonna do it based on the speed that I know is good. I know this is my go-to speed, so I'm just gonna do it based on that first. But before that, wait a minute. Now we can finally dim this. We can set up proper guide shifts. It's gonna be for shifting the action of the character. First, I wanted to just see where it would go, but it doesn't need to be a perfect guide. But the idea is to shift the energy from this is supposed to raise maybe just a little bit. Honestly, no. I guess I could hand draw it. But that wasn't the goal. But these should dip a little bit when she's lifting that up. I'm guessing these tilt a little bit. Unless they have to push forward as well when they do this, but my thought. This pushes this in this direction, at least in theory. To lift this in this direction, at least in theory. The reason I'm not, let me see. Let me copy it. We can duplicate it from here. We're pretty much done. This is what it would look like if I went down. No. Right, and I tried to build it off of this. I just want to see something. Try to strictly build it off of this. That makes sense of whatever's being done. We could give it, these are the two methods. There's this method and there's this method. This is hand drawing it. This is this is stitching. And I'm deciding which one I want to use right now. I was explaining this earlier that there's two methods of animation that I use. And while I don't mind hand drawing, which is the main method of animation that I use for most of my stuff, so like, whatchamacallit, oh, my thing get off. I'm like, why isn't that press and play? So yeah. Jill Valentine, Signal over here. Obviously, Signal's a lot easier. I could just trace over the lines that were underneath and then, like, only move the things I needed. And then, Jill Valentine, obviously, hand drawn from scratch. I didn't, like, shift it. But since she's in a similar position, she's just making motions, I could stitch it. I can't stitch something like a Jill Valentine. There's nothing to stitch. Well, would I cut this arm off and place it over here? It doesn't fit. So, but her, however, she does have elements to stitch because she's not going to be moving from her position. I'm just explaining the animation process before we really dive deep into it. And you see me doing a bunch of things and you're wondering what I'm doing or why I'm doing it, whether it's right, whether it's, I don't know. But I don't think I have any examples of stitching on my computer right now. Definitely no examples of stitching. That's not exactly stitching. That was using a different method, using light tables. It's essential to really mess with certain elements. And then, yeah, there's no example of stitching on here, and there probably won't be. Once I do get the examples of stitching, they are just going to be so maybe I should try it just to see if I can accomplish something with it. You know what? I'm kind of interested now. We'll make a hand-drawn 3-framer, which would be almost identical to what the stitch is trying to, set up anyways. And then we'll figure it out from there. Oh, but yeah, stuff like this too. Oh wait, here you go. This is a little stitchy. We do have an example of a stitchy. She's a stitchy. Look at this. Now she's not cleaned up stitchy. She's only broken. After you break it, you tend to like come back, add in the passes that clean up the lines that make it look like it's in actual motion, and she's not like breaking a figure that is not in motion, But if you just were to cover up parts of her body and just look towards the top of her like head and her cloak and her arm, like the parts that break, right? The motion doesn't look that bad. It doesn't look like it's broken. It only looks like it's broken when you see the broken parts. So that's the idea, right? Eventually you clean it up and whatnot too. But everything else on here is hand drawn, right? Because you can't really stitch much of this together. At least that's the idea. I wasn't gonna do anything on the Freewin page that was like really stitch worthy. So this turned out to be something. Found the example. So yeah, let's use the stitch methodology. I want to see what I can actually pull off with it, but we will set up the hand drawn methodology too. We'll set it up for later, maybe. The good glory about the stitch part is that it brings lines with it, which makes it a lot easier to finish the animation quickly, honestly. Bad part is you can't use stitch for everything. Most things that are super complex, you can't stitch. So is it just a better method? There's benefits to hand drawn. That's why I don't know the difference, right? But that's why I'm like, my head keeps saying, just stitch it, just stitch it. I'm like, what would be the? Don't know. Maybe we'll figure it out one day. All right, we got this frame, and then we have a frame that's way more inside. Let's dim this and dim this. What we're gonna just do is set up a new thing. I want to see the body a little bit. Actually, I don't think I need this, right? Well, I kind of do. I kind of want to see this. I kind of want to see where this is. So maybe way back there. Yeah, I want to see it in the back. Alright. Now we set ourselves up a new frame here. We'll get the proper color. And there's a frame apparently where she's more down. I forget, is this the one we're going into or coming out of? Because that's what's important. Because it's going to be slightly different depending to help ease into whatever motion we're going for. Not very different though. Which is important. So she's supposed to be. Okay, so this is the first motion. Okay. So this is the first motion. So these kick up just ever so slightly, I'm assuming. Alright, they kick up just ever so slightly. This is the hand-drawn version of this. And this midline probably ends up right about here. Yeah, maybe like right here. Oh yeah. I'm not gonna mind her shape too much because it could end up influencing animation to look better. You never know. Sometimes a good flat moment really makes those big moments pop, you know. That's what Poro never gets. Permanently fucking baboons. Yeah, that's whatever. No slight at Poro. Yeah. OG made some of the grades. So she kicked up just ever so slightly. Honestly. I would say we know that the second one is all like rimmed, right? Like this. I would say let's get the back shuffle move, but not. Okay, I think I'm seeing it. We get this move ever so slightly. But everything else is almost identical to the point where we almost only feel this get tugged first before everything else follows suit. Which, not before this, by the way. This is going to be the thing doing a little tugging, so we're going to be moving this because the leg moved a little bit, right? So everything gets tugged here, and the foot hasn't moved just yet in response to that motion. Not just yet. And then it will next frame, which will be this frame. So, I guess for now, this is the problem with hand drawn. Everything gets drawn. Everything gets like hand drawn. So, we're just trying to keep the body, so I'm not trying to get out here and whatchamacallit. detail out the clothes. We'll add in another head with the proper disc of the eyes. Yeah, that's the proper disc of the eyes and the proper mid. Nice. Hand. Nice. Other hand. We should move this stuff. I'm just not sure how yet. For now, let's focus on the lower body. But a good artist would think about this first. Alright. We're pretty much done. I think we have everything we need to at least see the motion from, she's got like a big... Okay, her head's kind of big on this, right? Because I ain't certain because the hair. Ooh. Alright. One hell of a bird. Okay. Anyways. I do believe there is a chance that we can go ahead and start putting these in the animation folder. We can turn this up now. Yeah, let's see. I think it's safe. I think it's safe. This lady ain't nude. That's seduction. Alright, what are we missing? This. So, something we're gonna do. Since we don't need these elements, let's go ahead and separate the character herself from the background, or from the things that will be static in the image, which will be like the chair. It should take a little time. It will take a little time. Doesn't need to be absolute perfect, but the closer the better. And okay. Damn nematodes. Alright. Now we take that off. This was technically removed and the chair exists. Actually, there's a chair line here. Hold on. We can keep all this in the static image. Alright. Now we can cut it. And then removes her from the image. I want us to make little plays. We'll go back up to this. She can be one. A1. And then boom. Now this could be, this is A3. This is the third action. And we'll see if any of it makes sense. Where are we? Here we are. Alright, so A1, A3. I mean, we're doing 30. I mean, I'm only doing 18. It doesn't matter. We could probably do 5. A 5 oscillation would be insane, though. I think 30 seconds is too much. Ooh, But we do need to watch the speed. Speed might get me in trouble. Now that might get me in trouble. Maybe too suggestive. Alright. So we want to make it nice and slow. So maybe 4, 5 is the answer. We'll figure that out later. Now, for the question E2. Let's just see how it looks with the halfway balance. 3 through 3, all the way up to 15. Wait. A balance. So we got to pick one of these to hold an extra frame, right? Because we can go 5, 5, 5. No. They can only be 5. All be 5 frames. And that's 15. And then we can switch back over to A1. Then A2. At 20. I was like, what the fuck? And then A3. Let's see what they look like. Now I am partially concerned. Jail. It is kind of extreme. That's not exactly what I wanted that character to do. So, am I doing it backwards? Is that what's happening? Did I label these wrong? It still didn't look like it was doing the motion. Well, that looks closer. Not this flat ass though. This is a little too flat. That doesn't make sense. Why are you separated by the tens? Let me see. Alright, let's take a look at that. No. So it goes boom, boom, boom. It just goes boom, which isn't much. This isn't much. You know, I wasn't expecting much, but this is less than I was expecting. I feel like I'm missing the egg of the body and how it's in motion. It's not that in motion. So maybe this doesn't make sense though. Right, bringing all the lines way down here. Dang, I've been sitting so long. Oh no, never mind. So we're gonna definitely play with this a little bit. What this basically is a setup for the stitch. But we're definitely using stitch. It's not exactly how I want this to go, and I think this is probably the major off right now. Yeah, that's a lot closer to what I'm trying to go for. Which isn't seduction. Oh, there we go. That's a jiggly butt. But there's a lot more to go into it. We gotta clean this. Oh, I need music. We need to be. Let's see. So we could go with this timing. I do think taking the time is definitely the right call. Something tells me if we were actually doing this on the, will we be landing on odds? Because we're landing on odds here, but we're actually landing on, oh, we should be landing on an odd here too. But I'm thinking about the landing on odds because if we start off with 2 frames per thing, so 1, 2 start on 3, 1, 2, then we 3, 4 start on 5, 5, 6 start on 7. We're always ending on an odd if we end up doing it, 2 frames per second, or 2 frames. You get 2 frames. 2 frames, not per second, but per image. I'm pretty sure there's a term for that, but I can't think of it right now. Brain fart. Oh wait, I was like, something's missing. Where is it? But we'll use this to help guide our stitches. And now we'll go ahead and stitch it up on another layer and see if we can quicken the process. If not, we'll do what we do. We'll do what we do. I'm just gonna cut it up and then probably liquefy a few things if absolutely necessary. I haven't really ever stitched. Well, that's a lie. I've stitched up lines before. Dude, where did this go? Holy Neptune. There it is. I do one thing and fuck up another. Taking a look at things, making sure I'm not missing anything. There's nothing of an issue. Which I don't believe it is at this moment. What is this? What is this? Huh? Okay. Somewhere. So. Okay, I remember. It's irrelevant. This is what we use to, what was it? Puppet warp it. But that puppet warp is over. Oh wait, but it is carrying that line. Carrying that outer line. Might want that. Give me. Thinking about keeping that one. Timing's gonna be everything. Timing, and I'm actually kind of excited. Alright. They took my pen for that. Yeah. Let's just click on a few layers. Oh yeah, I forgot this existed. There's a hand ready to do a slapping. We really got to clean up Mint though. I thought Mint would have been in here before I got too much going, but I figured she was gonna probably get started animating before everything else. I was fixing to draw that thing. Why I drew so small, the world may never know. But I was fixing to draw it. Mint, however, I was having complications. I could probably do her better now. Back then, I didn't have like 6 brushes. I only had like 2, at best 3. Now I have like 6 going on 8 that I can like switch between on the drop of a dime, which makes for some really nice drawings nowadays, as you can see. Let's stitch it. Let's do it. Let's do a stitch. This is what you have to do. I'm not going to explain it entirely, but we're going to go ahead and duplicate. I'm going to take off those 2 layers. We're going to duplicate our A1 here. Alright. Now we got A1A. You can make it something else if you want. Deselect, put this where that used to be. Now we're going to use the initial guide for the stitch. You don't technically need a guide for a stitch. You can technically stitch without a guide. But since I have a guide, I might as well use it. I'm going to go ahead and use the guide for the stitch to influence the stitch. Wait a minute, what the heck? What the heck? Oh, it says 3%. That's not what I asked of you. Alright, there we go. Now we can take this down if we want. Or no, not stitch. Do we want to take the stitch down? No. We want to take down the guide a bit, but maybe we can change the color of the guide. This way it's a little less abrasive. Something bright. Something like this. Yeah. Be better. Alright, so we're on A1. Following the stitch, we should probably do the things that are closer to the outer edge first. That's the way it should go. Be honest. I think I would feel a little bit comfortable if I created some way to stitch everything together here. Let me see. We could do something like this. Bam, and that saves me the trouble. And now, cut this off. Okay, I got a plan. I was like, what am I doing? Because I have new techniques that I've never used while stitching before, such as the puppet warp. I've never used that while stitching. I just used to transform things by cutting them and rotating them. But honestly, using the puppet warp might be a far better solution. And it's worth a try. You never know if you don't try these things. Bada boom, bada bang. And what we're gonna do with these guys, we want to, let me think. We want to take these guys, load them real fast, so that I can get an idea. about what we're gonna puppet work real fast. Alright. This took long for me to figure out. I've never really done this. But at least I figured it out. I can just go ahead and like encompass some of these things. I don't really need to think too deeply about it because the lines are likely going to be redrawn to a certain degree anyways. So jam down. Yeah, I think that's all I need. And I believe we can pop the warp. Alright, let's pop the warp. And that did not work out. Okay, what broke? Where are the brakes? Oh, I see it. Right here. There we go. And we move that. Boom, we'll leave that piece there. That's that part of the stitch. What's the next part? Oh, we got this part. Hold on. The important part, you know. Alright. We're gonna go ahead. Yeah, we're just gonna cut everything. I mean, this one, because could I liquefy it? Could I liquefy it? I don't want to liquefy it. Transform, liquefy. Alright, my brain's telling me transform, liquefy. I'm gonna listen to it for a little while. You know, sometimes you just have like an instinctual idea. And that's what's going on right now with me. I'm like, it's telling me transform, liquefy is the route. And I'm like, that's different than what we just did for the last thing. You know, we just did fucking puppet warp. That's what it recommended last time. Why now there's a transform, liquefy? Who knows? Who knows? That's not the ask question. And just do the work. Alright. So this should, this one should be easy. She's not moving at all right now, which is fine. We could probably keep her fairly stagnant. But is she moving in the others? She is coming down a bit. Just like a little bit, just like a dip. It feels like she dips. And then here. No, this one not really. Maybe twist his arm and an elbow. So maybe in this one we'll twist an arm and an elbow once. Only once. We'll see. She does feel like she dips here in the top frame, so we're gonna wanna emulate that dip. So we come up here. We want to emulate that dip. Now that is a whatchamacallit, pup warp. See, my brain is so weird, bro. Why is that liquefied? This puppet warp. Now this is puppet warp. Maybe it just depends on the motion. Maybe that's what's going on. Right, my brain says, okay, so this is the motion, this is the best option. I'm trying to get a handle, because this is what's going to determine whether I even use this stitching method. Are these thoughts getting in the way of proper animation or whatever? It's hard to learn. I don't think we need too much to make a proper position for a. Sorry, I'm dealing with technical issues. It's a here line. Alright, maybe not. Yeah, I'm wrong. 41. Pretty good. Right, did some work. Seamless, barely noticeable, and it does its job. I like it. I like it. Let me test out the ones around it. I trust 41 to do it again. 42. Less seamless, but definitely does its job. 40. Seamless, does its job. It does its job too well. How to say? I'll try one more time. Yeah, some could say. I think 41's a value to add to the notepad. It's a pretty good value. And this is why we have the notepad off on the side. These have been some pretty good values of late. 50's been a tough range. I've done 50 or 56, and I've done 57, and I think 58. I'm not entirely decided on which is best in the 50 range. Alright, continuing on. We cut that, and we put that. Wait, hold on. Yeah, let's put that liquefied. Okay. That's there. Just making sure everything's closed off. Oh, it just turned off up there. I'm like, man, it's so messy. It's hard to tell. Turn everything off. Get out of here. You do on your skin. You gotta see the drawing. Alright, that's good. And it is ready to go. Woo! 41 really can do a job though. That's good. I was gonna let it be, but there's like a line missing up here and another line missing up here. It's gonna be tough. I'll leave it be. I'll end up probably just drawing them in, but for now, since we're just stitching, we don't want to add in too many lines that aren't present in the other pieces. So keep the being seamless. I think that's good to go. Good puppet work. We'll see how it goes. I wonder what it's like. Do I just put a pinpoint here to our closest edges that we are most interested in? This just seems like it wasn't as intense as it should have been. Just like that. That now it seems like that's not as intense as it should have been. Maybe that. Let's see. See, the fun part is we can. Not too much. Not too much motion in the ocean. I'm not too worried about the extra lines that come. This is supposed to be a direct simulator like to the other one. I think is in the puppet that it really messes up. I guess we could try liquefy. See if that works on this. No, she just looks like she shrinks. And then she comes down. She looks like she comes down, but she looks like she comes down in the wrong direction. And if she was going to come down, she has to come down back. That's the only down that makes sense. Right. Okay. Alright. We could do that, or we can try and puppet warp it at the end. This is pretty good, though. I do think it's like that. I think it's down back, but ever so slightly, almost barely unnoticeable. The pivot point that initiates the motion is right here. And then I think you puppet warp. I think you transform puppet warp. I don't really know which points you make, but maybe you make a triangle with a orb in the middle. Yeah, cool. Maybe. I think that's pretty much it, y'all. I think that's how it works. Let me see how the other one looks. We can compare it. I think it is. And then there's feels like she's crunching, right? This one feels like she's crunching. Does this one feel like she's crunching? Ooh, 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 okay. Does it feel like she's crunching? Maybe I might need to pull her head back again. Does it feel like she's crunching? Let's see. I could definitely make her feel like she's crunching. This is excessive, by the way. Typically, I would just do the stitch, the initial stitch, but I want this stitch to be right not from the get-go. Nothing needs to be right from the get-go, but I don't want my starting point to be too far off the base. You know? I forgot this is on screen. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Yeah. Alright. Ugh. Let me try again. Does it feel like she's crunching? Ain't no way to make it feel like she's crunching from just the purple word. Yeah, wrong thing. Where is she? Where is she? No. Purple word. Feel like she's crunching. I almost. Like, what we want is for more of this to move that she'll feel like she's crunching. With this moving ever so slightly alongside the motion of the torso. Crunching, 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 crunching. I think the torso not moving and like how does it move here? What is crunching? Okay. I think I see it. That might just be a simple rotate issue that we can fix. Yeah, I see it. Let me see. In fact, I want to see if I can fix it. I think I can really fix that now. Okay. This might be interesting, actually. I know exactly how to do the crunch, but right now I want to see how I could possibly do it with this. Because now I know what I'm doing. Boom. Set up a 3-point. Ooh, don't you tell me. Oh my god. That's definitely a crunch, but she might her elbow was a little too hard. Damn it. The upper body probably moves a little too hard. See, this is where you stitch. Now you come back here. Just cut all this stuff off. Where upper body moves just a little too hard. Move it back up. And you just move it back up. There you go. Stitch better. Yeah, that's the motion I'm looking for. with that now figured out, that stitch is way better. You now need to do the other stitch, which is this one. Arguably harder. Now we come back here again to our main. There we duplicate it. Take it way over here. Reset. Just select that. Put this back where it belongs. Put it above this stuff. Give it a folder. Yada yada yada. And now, hey, what the heck? What the hey dizzle dizzles? What this was on? What this was the compass? Oh, literally invisible. The whole thing. Oh, shabasti. Alright. Now with that, we have the guide. So, reviewing ourselves with the guide. He goes, boom, boom, the crunch. Start motioning out before you even let go of the crunch. Right? Start making some motion in the elbow, but most of the crunch that came into the main torso has not stopped yet. And then you return. And then you return. And then you crunch again. Boom. And then return. Crunch. And then return. Crunch. And then return. Alright, let's go ahead and manipulate some elements. This is just a pushback from the body to death. Yeah, I think if we can fit it, we can do it. So it actually stems more from the frame that we came from more than it does this frame, which is what is going to be kind of an issue, but it shouldn't be a major issue. It should be fixable pretty easy. So first off, let's turn off the old animation so that we can properly cut this baby up. Now that we know the pieces that are required, we can cut this up a lot easier. Ay, okay, chill. Boom. Cut it off. And that's decent. And then we have the upper torso, right? And then the leg. I think that's all the pieces we need. Cut that off. And we'll figure out what we want to do with this. Unless, oh wait, I think we took a little too much. Yeah, I think we took a little too much. Let me give back to this, right? Because this is gonna need some lineage to pull off the feet. Yeah, probably around there. And then now we cut it. Oh, well, there's apparently a counter rule. I don't really need the middle as much as they do. So it goes like that, like a bat, or like a Wolverine. Nah, we cut it. Alright. With that said, now start making some slight changes and adjustments to do certain things. Oh, that's that. Look at that. All right. Can't stop, won't stop, no, okay, but still. Yeah. Let's see the reference. It's down here. In comparison to where they were, they come back. And they're forward, they come back. They don't come back to normal, do they? They do. Sure. Hold on. Now they push back a little bit more. This way they pop up just a teensy bit. Which is odd, I'm sure. I guess not. Alright, I guess they just barely almost don't make it. That's what they're supposed to do. Okay. So we'll just barely liquefy them. I probably didn't even need to. Maybe I'll puppet warp them, but I'm like, mentally, I don't even think I needed to. Extra work for nothing. Kidding. Kind of. All work's good work. We're on this layer. And we should just barely be making it back. Let's see if we can puppet warp it. Just because the logic remains consistent. But I don't think it needs to. Right? Yeah. Oh yeah. Forgot about the feet. Feet are huge. The feet are a huge part. I forgot. So, which one was the first one? We just did ever so slightly. But the feet are a huge part, bro. Oh yeah, you gotta cancel. I can't do this transformation without. Or maybe we apply it and change the feet in just a moment. Oh yeah, give me that feet logic. Cancel. Alright. Wait, they aren't enclosed? Oh, fuck. Oh, isn't it close? Stay there. Oh my god. Free transform. Not free transform. No. Oh wait. Do I need to do that? No, I already moved it. I was like, don't I need to move this? No, I don't need to move it anymore. Just need to worry about the feet. And that's it. All I never wanted. Huh? I wasn't. Something's off here. But I'll let it slide for now. I think it's these feet, to be honest. Like, the feet that come on here are impressively different. But I understand why to some degree. Just surprised. Okay. Anyways, enough of that. Move on to more important things. So what about the top? Alright. Section comparatively. Comparatively other. Let's see what it's supposed to make. I actually think I would prefer to try and do this with a mesh transform. Let me see. And then if it doesn't work out, I will simplify, which might be the go-to, but it just might be a combination of them both. Right. Realistically. Making sure there's as many enclosed sections as possible so that we can mesh. No, nigga, not like that. I mean, like puppet mesh. Alright. What we're gonna do is we're gonna move these accordingly while also simultaneously pinching it. And then we're gonna move these accordingly. The glue pieces. And these are the skeletons, like 3D pieces to an image. Oh, wait, we're an idiot. We forgot to turn on the red. Yeah, I'm foolish. Alright, red, tell me more about what I should be doing. All about the downward motion, the pancake, if you will. Is that what I'm saying? Let's see. God damn it, that mesh again. Let's see. Okay. Well, take this, right? Sit down. Move with me. Alright. As I move, you move. We'll just mesh Oh wow. If you let go of that, it like fucking snaps. Let's see what this does. It's okay if it's off for a little bit, like if it's not like hitting like really out there to begin with, because there's ways to adjust that and really get it. We're trying to see if the motion itself feels nice, and honestly, it really does. I'm impressed with the mesh transform. It is so hard to use, but it is so worth it. Alright, continuing on with the stitch job, there is one last frame to deal with. Hold on. Compare that to that. Barely shifted his shoulders, sure. Yeah, we gotta copy it from the other frame. Which is fine. We left the other frame in dices. So the best thing about cutting it up in dices of the same caliber, you can come over to the other frame that has this one dice that you need. This is the one you want to start from. Copy. Paste. And bam, now you've connected two different dices. Hua. Yeah. So what I want to do is mesh transform this dice now, right? Alright. Let's mesh transform. So I think I can figure this out. I'm getting better and better at using this thing, and I'm seeing it more and more. I feel like I'm overusing it though. Ay. How did this get broken? Oh, it got broken probably after the first mesh. Let me turn this off. Let me turn a few other things off. So I can see what I'm working with. This part got broken as heck. I guess this part got broken too. And these parts got broken. I think that's about it. Alright. And from there, now we can mesh transform. Yeah, no. Alright. Ready. Mesh transform, and then we'll hopefully be good. So thing about this one is you don't want many of these things to move. You don't. But I do want this to move. Right? And I have to want this to move. Actually, I don't think that's what I need to. Boom. That's about it. Let's see how it looks in motion for a quick second. Maybe not. Maybe it's transformation. Try it one more time. Oh, I see what mistake I'll keep making. Alright. So she does boom, boom. This should just what we should just do is pop this here. Alright. Then we take the mesh after we do that liquefy. Hold that there. Hold this here. We even hold this here. We push this here. Something is odd. What about the first one? It doesn't go. It just goes down. Which is fine. I don't know what this is. I don't know why I keep going like this. I need to change it ever so slightly. If I was just doing it, I would probably just do this. But for some reason, I don't feel like that's it. Might not have that. Best part about this is I think it's about time we do this. We can keep the legs without actually getting rid of the meshable thing, but trust me, we're probably not keeping the legs. And by keeping the legs, I mean like this stuff. Right. We could probably be done for other things. You know what I mean? But it just saves you like so much trouble. Jay, can you actually come on, speed. Now, obviously, the next course would be man, this would be a hierarchy. This is why this is hard to find. Alright. Yeah. Well, this is a good start to a stitch job, right? It's a stitch job. It's a bit of a start to one. It requires, it remains all elements being in there. Doesn't really get rid of anything. We can still manipulate it as we see fit. What is going on with these feet? These are overlapping somewhere. Overlapping here? With the what? Huh? Two different sets of feet? Ah, this one came with this. Because we did that. Okay. The legs. For some reason we took off the legs from the feet. So we have to redraw them. Is that what I'm saying? Oh my god, we took off the legs from the feet and they didn't animate. That's what we're seeing. Oh crap. That sucks. So this is the old, right? And this is the new. Take it next to the body. Get rid of this altogether. But still crazy, since this comes with its own feed. So, okay. things are starting to make sense. So we copy this. It comes with its own fee, but we don't need this fee. We have fee. Yeah, just checking things. Make sure everything is good. Yeah, we want to get rid of these. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I know why. But you know what? You're right. Just free transform it. Call it a day. Wrong thing. Oh God, I'm having a day. Wrong thing again. How did that work? Oh, it wasn't the wrong thing before. Interesting. We just exceeded it so fast. Yeah. We can work with this. Now, of course, it looks very broken, right? Like, she has like a disjointed skeleton. That's perfectly fine. It doesn't take too much to balance out the motion and make it look a lot less broken. I think her top section is the only one that I really want to maybe do some adjustments on exactly the timing. But other than that, we could probably use these three and just, yeah, use them in the other motion goes. I wonder what would happen if we increase their speed to the normal 6 that I like. Just let me see. Then bring it down to 18. Oh no, that's insanity. I guess it being slow actually makes sense this time around. And the best part is that, like, if I feel like any motion doesn't make enough sense, like, I can always get my handy dandy liquefy, take to the canvas. Hell no. Alright. Making sure. I want to see something. I know what it is. Not flat enough. I think they're not dipping and winning. Like they're winning, but they're not dipping and winning, you know what I mean? And that's what this one's supposed to be about. It's supposed to be about the dipping and winning. In fact, so much about the dipping and winning that it makes no sense. It makes no sense that nothing dipped. Trying to see why the heck is it a little. Like I said, I don't mind the broken stuff too much. And typically I wouldn't even liquefy. I would just already be drawing in the corrections to these frames. But my ability with all these brushes, like being better, make me think using liquefy to make ease of certain frames. Why doesn't it feel so big? You know what I mean? Like it feels like it's shrunk. Oddly. I just run out of power. I did. I wasn't even listening to music. Sucks. That sucks. Granted, they still can't lift if they're not down. You know what I mean? Yeah, there we go. See, that's definitely way better than it was moments ago. Alright, but I think it's a good pause point. Let me see where it was moments ago. This is before all the liquefies to push it down. And it doesn't even do anything. But I give it a couple of liquefies. Now there's some motion to it, right? Check out what happens when you just get rid of one of the biggest breaks in this entire thing. It's almost time for these things to just get merged. I'll just probably edit them from where they are right now, to be honest. Yeah, to be honest, I think they can, right? I'm not missing anything from these ones. From these masks, alright? Am I? Nope, not really. Not that I need. Okay, let me just merge. Boom, bada bang. Now we can do all this corrections in-house. No. Now I just get to sit back and animate some of the spiciest stuff ever. could go here this way. Kind of like that. No, it pinches like a motherfucker here. It's a little odd, right? Like she suction cups it. Oh, we can merge these. You just find those odd anomalies and you start going in on them. And then long gaze, right? Like her body does a Luffy stretch, right? So that's a no bueno. But we do want her to press. So her body does a Luffy stretch. Okay, figure out where's Luffy stretching. See if we can't fix that. And just a little bit of motion in there. I think I see. So when the squeeze comes here, it should build up something. I'm down for this like pool, but it could just have like a build up something here, right? So like a rolly cell. Why? No, it's really off. It comes back to the main and it has like a line. So yeah, this is gonna just be it, right? I'm gonna be going back and forth, making changes between frames all day. Till this shit looks great, or I'm happy. And then obviously, with these frames, I don't have to, whatchamacallit, I don't have to, with frames like these, I don't have to make other stitches. I could just make in-betweens. I think it definitely does some good stuff with the motion. Maybe it's because, you know what? I know what it is. I know what it is. This Luffy stretch moment. I get it. I get it. I get what throws me off. It should be here. This should be the thing stretching the most. If anything stretches. we have a good thing here. We gotta fix that flicker line. Also, the braids just disappear. Oh no, those aren't braids. That's well, that's interesting. That I did not know. This isn't even coming off. It's that. It's coming off this. Alright, so maybe if I spin it. Nope, it didn't work. It actually made it worse. This shifted pretty nicely. The body moved, the stuff moved, but you know it didn't move. This stopped for a second for whatever reason. It did not move. All right. We got a nice stitch. And we could take that stitch and we can clean it up and clean up elements as we go. And then once we're done cleaning the stitch to its finality, we can even, like, if we end up like needing to add trinkets, like things that are on Preca or anything, we can do those on separate animation folders and kind of like vice versa, and kind of stitch them along the way or connect them to things as they go along the way until they're entirely connected. There are easy ways to add things because we're missing a few elements on Preca. It's almost like the Express too. Let me see. Honestly, starting to make this look like it should be like we got to figure out if this is better than the other motion. I'm slowly dying. That's why I sounded like that. No, I'm just playing. Like, oh, that's just my voice because I ain't got water or nothing. I was just staring. It's good enough for now. I'm not a fan of some things in this stitch motion. Tons of things to clean up, tons of frames to add, which I'm excited to add the frames, because the frames are where we get to play with exaggerations. Right now we just want the standard static motion. Any super exaggerations in the motion sure could probably showcase some sense of motion, which we might get. But it's probably better to just use those exaggerations when you create in-betweens and create ease in and ease out effects by extension of those exaggerations. We'll get to that. Will we get that today? Oh, we have 5:46 for how much time we've been up. I might end up I'll say, let's see. Well, let me go take a break. Finally got some gyrate motions on here, which was the goal. We just let's make this decision right now. Is this better than, this is before the liquefy, right? Then we start liquefying that edge of the cheek. Here, this is other stuff. It's this one right here. So with this, we have this. Or we made a couple liquefy variants and we got this. Alright. Okay. Maybe. I think we'll keep with the one that we have. I do think it's the best route so far. We have to check it out again. Forgive me. We could take her off the timeline, or we could take the timeline off for now. We're just going to be messing with these frames. It's not going to really change. Trying to see if there's anything dramatically off that I didn't address. Not really. I see what it is. It's because the timing is even, and certain motions should be faster or slower than the other ones, and that's what's really throwing off my timing. I think if we want to get the best results, we need to be wise in which frames and in betweens we start with. So we're probably gonna when I come back, we'll probably start with certain in betweens. I wonder if this is worth keeping up while I handle show some things. We can close for your run, by the way. I don't think we need the history of anything, do we? We can probably clear my memory cache for a little bit. Get back some memory. The history, canvas work time. You can clear history. I don't need to go back. All I need to do is move forward. And then we can I don't think it makes my scene. That's it. No dig. Hey, be right back. Oh. We're in our final hurrah, which will be in betweens and cleaning up this stuff. And then I'm done with streaming. This was an accident. I was not supposed to stream this long. I got wrapped up into the drawing. I should have known better. Me pull myself away to actually go do my errands, take care of my hygiene. No, never. Oh. Microsoft did the animation. Illegal. I'm old, y'all. I'm way too old. Oh, way too old. So there's a missing line we have to return because it's bugging my eye. After that, it's just like clean up in drawings from our standpoint. You know, we'll just copy it from a thing and then get it moving. Do what we do. We'll do what we do. I need music. Ah, my phone went out. Is that a battery? More power. Alright, this is our final hour, final countdown, right? We only do about 7 hours. After that, my body is adaptable. So, let's see how much we can get. We got all the way to finishing the drawing of Prika into actually queuing up a bit of the animation, right? Not all of it, not even close. This is just a start. But we at least see some motion, right? It's always nice. Oh, did the music stop or did the music? Yeah, it was just in between. Oh, death. Oh. Alright, let's take our time. Do things as we lines here. I guess we can get rid of these two. These two don't have any bearing on our state. We can make a folder out of this too. It'll make things easier to adjust as well as add to. I want to copy it. I want to copy. Paste. Wow. Is that really the that's the first frame after that? That is. Okay, so everything got moved a bit. But this did not. Obviously. Obviously. Okay. Copy. And go to the next frame. Paste. Compare with the last. This goes down. Okay. Alright. And then we just get rid of it. Excess. Alright. We can go ahead and merge that. Same here. And now we have a frame for each of them. Not missing this line. Okay, the line gets a little out of control. Maybe I was crazy. Maybe I was crazy. I didn't know it detached from where it initially was that hard. Thought it was still kind of close. Oh, it was initially. I accidentally moved it. it. So yeah, this was the initial one. Okay. Try that again. Since it went slightly down, we go slightly down, slightly. And slightly. Yeah, that should be good. Yeah. For some cleanup, we can really make this look nice. Let's go ahead and get started. We should add a fourth frame. In fact, that should be priority number one. Could we add a fifth frame? Too much? Maybe a little too much. If we had the fifth frame, if we had the fourth frame, if we had the fifth frame, it balances. So we can, we'll see. We'll see. Alright. Oh, fuck my bad hair. For this last little bit, I'm going hoodless. Alright, my hair's gonna be a little bad. Excuse me. Boy needs to. We'll definitely be getting in an extra frame before we quit here. Which will help us out a lot. But for now, I gotta figure out what's going on in these frames. Just emerge. This as well. Selection. Yeah, we can just add in white underneath if it's intersecting with the environment too much, the motion. Fuck. Oh. The thing is on top of us. Be on top of it. That should pretty much be it. Oh. What's going on with this? With that? What don't I like? What do I like? Let me see. What don't I like? What do I like? So we get the body moving, right? And it goes tuck. And this tucks too. Naturally, head tucks as well, but I think the head tucks super fast. You know what? Well, maybe it's supposed to. It's slow motion. But what if this was head tuck? Head tuck? If it was head tuck, you have to take this and chop this section off. And send it down. That's head tuck. I like it. probably tilts just a little too fast, so we want to ease into it a bit. This first one is a little too already tilted. And I think we always knew that, but we just wanted a good reason to say so. I think it's a good reason to say so. Think I'm gonna get in trouble. Just a little gyration. Nothing serious. What is that? I just want to take this section, right? My eye just wants to take this section and tilt it forward ever so slightly. That was probably too much. Yeah, no. We'll probably get in this fourth frame in just a moment. Let me see if I can read this one more. Probably tilted too much. That's probably tilted. I think it needs tilt on isn't right in the middle. No. It's right here. At least that's what I believe. Figure easing up the motion would look a little bit better. I'm not entirely sure. Honestly, pretty sure it doesn't look better than that. There's something with the head in this motion that it does get to me. I think the chest itself doesn't matter too much. The shoulders. How about the shoulders? They move ever so slightly at some point. Here. The extended frame. I see the shoulders, so we'll start here and then we'll figure out the head thing real. Hopefully after we'll just detach it and move it. It's supposed to fall back ever so slightly, not as much as everything else. Still think the head is weird, right? Its initial dip says dip, then slight tuck, but it doesn't move back with the. Okay, I think that's probably the weirdest part. This is probably the weirdest part, that it doesn't move back with the motion of the body in any way. Not even a little, right? depth mode. Nigga. Sorry. Oh, I'm grabbing the wrong thing. Had me. Maybe like that. Is that what you request? Yeah, I think that's pretty decent. If we can now go ahead and clean some of this up. Maybe I'm crazy. Let me see something. No, we did that. Why is this harder than I thought? Can animation be easy? Huh? Alright, I think we got it. I think we got it. Never mind. I think I see it. Okay, I think I see it now. I finally see it. Okay. So this is where a core issue exists. This is just too much of a dip. It shouldn't actually be a harder dip from the first get-go. It should be a softer dip. It should ease into the motion. That's what my eye is feeling. So to have it ease into the motion, we gotta detail it just ever so slightly from here. We'll find the perfect rotation point to do that. Boom. Tilt, and then the harder tilt is here. Yep, pretty much it. Snapback, I don't think I can do anything about. That, you know, like you decide one motion, and then I decided you gotta decide one motion, and decide the next. Unless I wanted to snap back immediately from here. Right, as if that's the only emotion that's allowed to have any. Maybe actually, wait, hold on. Let me just see something. I'm pretty sure we turned this into the body, and it was originally less turned into the body. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe it was always meant to be less turned into the body. I'll give it a little bit of leeway. I don't know. That's gonna be a static head. Does the static head beat it? maybe. Oh. We gotta add that other frame. I think it's really what the head is missing to really tell us what it's doing that's valuable. But once again, we can dial again. Just see what happens. That one seems more worth. Pretty good with no better. There's some fun stuff over here. Meanwhile, these ladies move also. Only people not moving are the center. We really got to get this static area moving. Right? Everything has to get moving eventually. But now we got motion from top to bottom. It's not just the top, but the bottom isn't really cooking much. Gotta get back down there. We keep working. Oh, yeah, the last hour is just like the, hours. I know I gotta make that fourth frame, but I have been, consumed. You know what it is? You listen to some goddamn music, like I said. Sorry about that. I know you guys probably heard like some ding dong dongs. Think of some music, making sure it's good so I don't have to come back and pick much more. Decent enough. Now let's get back to work. Now what are we doing exactly? We still having head issues? I like to tuck. I can't say I really have head issues with that. We got pulled more than we expected. I guess we can go ahead and take this. Did I slice the shoulder? That wasn't what I meant to do. I literally sliced the shoulder now. And leave the shoulder line. I'll be taking that line. Alright, that's a nice move. Now we move it. Oh yeah, or no, we do not. I forgot about this. It was on the gang. Feels like it stops on the other frame for so much longer than the rest. Why is that? My timeline messed up. None of these are it. Right here. 10, bro. Money. Sorry. You know me, weeboo. Just feels like it does because it's so out of place in comparison. Especially now how far up it is. What if I just stretched it? Like, fuck the bullshit. What if I just did it? What if I just did it? What would anyone say to me, huh? Oh, do your stretch. Okay, stretching ain't cool. Especially when it comes to the head. Actually, yeah, I should have did that from... Anyway. I don't know what it is about that, like, it should be able to visually move smoother than that up top. It's really hitting a pop, which is because it goes from the top to down to even downer. And then she eventually has to do the whole pop herself. The downer. I think the downer needs to rotate up from the core of her body. Right, I think this whole section needs to just rotate up a bit. Let's see how that does. Alright, I think that's about it. That's about as good as I can get it. And it's still popping, isn't it? It's still going boom, boom. And then popping way over here. This is so off. Oh, you know what it is. I know what it is. Okay, I think I know what it is. We gotta do a couple of frame adjustments actually. Wrong thing. All right, we gotta adjust this, and this should be the final little inch to the 3 series that we need. You know what it is? And adjust this. To do the crunch. Right. And then this becomes less of a pop because you're not sitting up at the top frame. She moves a little too fast, a little too right, like her motion in her body, maybe a little too, not her motion in her body, but I'm talking about like her top torso. How does it jump too hard? It's still this, right? This is still the craziest jump. This goes from this to this to this, which leads up to the craziest jump. Is there a universe where we could mesh transform and not lead up to the craziest jump? Definitely not. If she stretches at the moment of that dip, it becomes very irregular. So, it always has to be this. We can't do it as long as it's on this frame. Alright, that was tough. So there are limitations. Let me say this within the notepad. There are limitations in which the 3 frames can do. 3 frames I'm typically pretty good at, but that's because I'm mostly moving at 18. Which gives me less room to have missing animations, right? But with the 30 rate, you can't get much with 3 frames. There's so many missing motions and sub-motions. And if you try to add them in to smoothen out certain things, it just makes the motion look weird. So frame count is we'll get there. But it's worth noting, because I never thought there was a limitation within 3 frames until now I see it. But that makes perfect sense logically. I just never thought about it. I'm tired, okay. I'm writing on frame. I can't get things wrong. 3 frames. There are limitations within 3 frames. If stretched. That's not right. Actually, you see what I mean? I'm 22 tired. Does stretch have an extra T or not? I'm pretty sure it fucking doesn't. This word looks weird without it. It does have an extra T, bro. You see what the fuck I mean? I'm way too tired to remember this. Stretch has an extra T, but some things don't, you know? If stretched beyond 3 frames or 30 frames. 30 frame loops. The worst being on the notepad. This to keep me in line for the rest of any promiscuous ideas I try for this what did I even call it, a banner? Oops. For this banner. What's our time at? We still got 30 minutes. I can muster some stuff, but I might go mute just so I can blast my music in my ear and wake my brain up. Alright. I'll let this part be known. We'll start right in between, since we're here in betweening. This is a whole different phase of things. But this is what I was like. This is kind of how it goes for stitches. You get your first few frames, your first key frames, maybe 3 or 4 of those. Could have made a 4th stitch, but I haven't been doing too good with the stitches. For now, I think we're actually better off just drawing the frames, because we're gonna need to redraw elements of the other frames anyways, so it doesn't matter. Like, gotta get some sense of variancy. No. In the items. But I won't lie. This stuff gonna be hard. Holy shit. I definitely gotta adjust the in-between colors. I don't know what it is, but these colors are not the best for me. Yeah, I'll text. Now that will copy and paste. I could copy and paste a lot of things, but pretty sure at some point this is what I would normally do, which is when making stitching frames, finally start drawing in some of the in-between. But I definitely could have got a 4th stitch. I definitely could have. And if it doesn't work out, then yeah, sure, we'll just make another stitch. in its place. If something seems like super off, we'll just make a stitch. Yeah, but I will believe that you would have to start drawing in betweens at some point. If you kept it, like, even if you like cleaned up some of the lines like I was doing, if you kept it as stitches the whole way through, like just made another stitch for the in betweens, and then made another stitch for this and that, and then this and that, you could. But if you end up keeping too many of the lines, I believe it ends up looking kind of strange. Pretty like moving 2D lines, not really animating. It depends though. You definitely could get away with it though, with enough for you draw over. But this part ain't no much. I'm like, this part ain't much better though. Look this shit. Makes another. I'm like, makes a nigga wanna stitch. But no, I know the potential limitations that come with that. I'll be patient. But I won't be patient next time. Personal choice. Alright, I'm out of here for music. Yeah, about what I would expect from a entirely middle of the road in between. Let's see if we can liquefy to adjust it for some fun before we call it quits for the day. That is past 7 hours, longer than I've ever streamed, I believe. Your boy is running on fumes. Let's see. So it goes from this to first off, these eyes need to be deepened. Not a pure. Like what the fuck? Better. Why? Alright, anyways. Then this is back. This is supposed to be forward. It used to be this to this to this to back. Back isn't really back. Ain't no way. No, something's happening. I'm messing up somewhere. So this comes here. So this thing in between. Give me this. I can freaking put this in here real fast. And liquefy this motherfucker. Copy. And paste. Oh my god. Okay, anyways. Besides that, we need to take the onions off. This would be a good way to figure out something. So this is this. This is supposed to be a tuck. What if this just isn't tucking enough? What if that's the case? That it should tuck sooner. I swear to God, liquefy. Fine, I'll stick it to only this range. Fucking shoes out here, seeing fucking notification. We have that's the squish. That's the squish. That is the squish. It's spreading at the bottom. Moving from the top. But this is very important. What if, this is just a question. What What if we just did this? What if we reversed it? Use this as the in between for returning to. It doesn't work. Okay, that's fair. But this shouldn't happen for a while. No. I don't think this is the motion at all. We probably went, what, the opposite direction that we should have went with the liquefy? Is that what it's telling me? Why does it tilt so fast? It's supposed to tilt. I think it should counter tilt here. Counter tilt. Do that. I would probably have to just come here and rotate it, right? The core foundation of this. Sure. Sure. May just have to take the L on this one. It goes boom, and then what? Unless the whole idea is that you don't go hard enough on this layer anymore, right? I'm just not going hard enough on this layer anymore. We need it to go harder. Recognize that I'll probably just fix up these lines that are looking like flat and weird. Going more for motion. Distinguishable motion. Yeah, definitely not. So I liked this position before, right? I don't like this. Actually, I don't like that. I probably don't like that the body moves so much. I think I see it. I don't know if this will work, but I could try. Seems excessive. Seems like this isn't tucked enough, right? And it also seems like this isn't tucked enough, and the fact that they're not that tucked makes the original seem even more natural. But it shouldn't be. It should be like a butt out moment in comparison to the rest of the animation. You know? And it's probably how fat this is on the front side. It's really fucking with me. Alright, if we waited a frame. Or this. Yeah. So now, so what about this? This has 8 frames. This has 8 frames. I'm not mesmerized. I'm trying to figure out what I like or don't like. It's been a long road. I'm not too mad about it. Plus, the more frames we get, the more we get to adjust certain elements and like readjust them for a unique like animation. Like even now, we wouldn't be able to do this if we didn't have 4 frames. And there's a possibility that the reason why I can't get the actual motion I seek because we really are missing that 5th frame. I'll do the 5th frame on stream, even though I'm tired, even though I'm ready to go to bed. It's the 5th frame. We're stitching it. We're stitching it for speed. So where's it coming from, anyways? It's in between this and this. So if we want to stitch, we want to get one. What we'll just do is just copy paste, duplicate. So A1 copy 4. Put that at the back end. Now we are going to the onion skin. This tells me where it was, but there it is. I gotta make some decisions, but now we get the ease in of this. Thank the heavens, right? It won't just pop into place. I say we move further. Here, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna put A1 here so that we know where we're coming from. what jigsawing is. You've seen it before. So around cutting things, changing small aspects of them based off this or that. And boom. Jigsaw. Now, this. We're just gonna keep it nice and simple. Should we liquefy? I don't know. I don't know. We'll just use these. Pull everything into its proper rotation for attention and pricing. So this is it with that. It would need to be like this. We got two close. It's supposed to be easing in. I mean, you definitely should push towards it, but apparently we got two close. To the purple. I don't know, it's actually supposed to be the opposite. What the hell? Should kick out. They should prepare to kick out. What is it doing? Like curving and tucking in? I mean, why? It didn't curve. Oh, okay. Oh, we see the issue now. So it has to like curve into spot. That inherent curve motion ain't very cool. That does make for some tough decisions. I'll figure it out though. All right. Frame timing and like decisions are a little bit weird, but you can definitely see the smoothness in some of the motion, especially like the top body and whatnot. The bottom is all over the place because I didn't notice how important the rotation was. I also haven't messed entirely with the feet, but okay with that, or the legs proper. But considering we aren't getting the pelvic region proper, I don't think it makes any sense to head over to the legs at this moment. I really feel my need to go watch a rumor. What is it? What audio is it catching? It's not catching me, is it? No, I'm muted. I almost thought it was catching me for a minute there. Alright. I think that's it. I will probably be cleaning up this animation on my own and really playing with it. And you guys will see the results when I come back. And if you're at the end of the stream, you're like, oh, it's not looking crazy. Come back next stream. Check it out at the tip of the stream. It should be nice and clean. But this is about as far as I'm gonna get on stream today. As much as I want to clean it up even more, showcase you guys what a really clean version. Let's play. We can play with some timing before I leave. All right, to see how timing might shape up a difference in the animation. But other than that, yeah. Messing with frame timing for almost at Preca down here. Messing with frame timing for Preca. Let's take a look at our current frame timing. We have 5 frames for the main, 5 for 6 for this. We're gonna start balancing some of these frames out and then deciding which ones should get the holes, which ones should transition fast, so on and so forth. We got several frames for this, and another several frames for this. If we were rolling off the average, we could just do 5 for everything right now, and then see how it plays out. Oh no, we can't. We can do 6 for everything. Clever. I'm down for that. And then this shouldn't exist. It's like off frame. There we go. Yeah, that makes about much sense as I would expect it. This part needs to be shortened to some degree. Well, made this bam. This should definitely have a few extra frames. We're gonna extend that to maybe even 8. Maybe even 8 frames. Now the torso is kind of smooth, but the upper body is a little bit jagged. So there's an issue with my drawing to frame timing relationship, which is unfortunate, but not that big of a deal. We are probably gonna get like 2 more frames in, and then bam. From there, we should be able to figure out the drawing to timing relationship, but it'll probably just take some correcting. Better if you just draw these things right the first time. I think I can actually decrease that by 1 frame and it won't be a harm. Okay. It felt like this moment was a long moment. Why would that be? True. We end up holding too long on this. Oh, it ends up being like this. Which ends up being too long for this. Alright, let's try that. I think that's pretty good. This is confusing me. Get out the gray. I want to focus. No, hold that back. This. Why this just does not like have the frames? Man, I can't handle it. This is just too unfortunate. Anyways, I'm gonna go work on this off stream. Add my frames, liquefy my lines to get this looking good. So for now, it's on the struggle bus. It just is. It just is on the struggle bus. I'm doing excessive things now. Now I'm scorched earth, you know. Like, these things aren't turning out the way I want to. I'm gonna go to the extremes and force them to act the way I want them to. And then once we get there, we'll figure out what we want to do. They are kind of stretchy. Why is it way out here? Why is it way out there? That's a good question. Oh my god, was that really part of it? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I gotta erase that line. That line is just too egregious. Alright. I'm out of here after this. I swear. Where is it? Oh, it's not a line. What it is, it's the lack of white. Technically, right? Nigga, I said white. And you should be underneath. And then bada boom. What the fuck is going on? Okay. Looks a little funny. I'm not too concerned about the funny look, you know. I think things like that can just be. Take all that. Bring that all back. Interesting, but not what I'm going for. Oh, that's a shame. I guess that's a shame. I wanted to lead it into the I'm sitting there booty everywhere and anywhere just because I want to see what it is in motion. I can fix the logistics later. Can't fix that snap. I don't get it. So we tuck. This was supposed to be the thing. We were supposed to tuck. Apparently we tuck too hard, but apparently not hard enough. I don't know. I just don't know. Right? We were supposed to tuck. Maybe they didn't tuck. Holy shit, what the fuck? Alright, before I completely destroy this in order to make it better.